Why, hello there, ladies, gentlemen, and friends from beyond the binary. I'm devastated. This was the best capture I'd ever done. I was so happy. So happy. I really thought I went on private. Who is this? Prepare to eat a permaban. I'm not going to do that. That would be too much. They've left. Hold on. Does it work now that they've gone? Yes! We'll just play it faster. Okay. Pretend I'm not here yet. Why did the door not open? What is that? What is that? All right. Why, hello there. I'm here. Why did the door not open? It should have opened, but it didn't. Shit. Never mind. Ladies, gentlemen, and friends from beyond the binary, it is time for some Warframe fun. How are we? Hopefully we're all well. A wild Endy has appeared. I am here, begrudgingly. I do think I'm on loop. Let me disable that. There we go. It was meant to end there, and it was going to be really cool, and whatever. Whatever. Let me unpause or unmute the music. There we go. And we will play alerts now. There we go. If you haven't already, I invite you all to type !ticket into chat so that you too may have a chance at winning Styanax Prime Access, the highest tier available. Absolutely everything and the kitchen sink. And all you need to do is type !ticket.
Serial lurker, but still loved the vibes.
Hey!
It was fantastic as usual. Cheers.
Thank you, Raven. And for those of you watching on YouTube, I'm so sorry. I should have elaborated.
I hope we're all having a wonderful day today.
I should have elaborated. Hold on. Let me try and get you a link on the YouTube. One moment, guys. If you're on the YouTube, I might be able to give you a link. Luke, thank you very much. Thank you for that. Okay. YouTube.com. Hold on, YouTubers. I'm coming to save you. Or at least I'm trying to. Right. Tuning into my own stream. Now, can I pin comments? I can! There you go. Click. Click that link and you can enter. There we go. Sorley, thank you very much for the 27 months. What's going on stream? Why is there confetti? There's confetti? I did not see any confetti. How are we? There's a lot of follows happening, hence why there's a lot of this sound. Oh. Holy shit. Jaheem, thank you very much for the incredibly generous 20 gift subscriptions. Thank you, buddy. That is not what I thought was going to happen. So yeah, sorry about that. Thank you, Jaheem, and thank you all for the follows. Welcome on in, everybody. Please can someone confirm there should be drops live on Twitch.
Thanks to Kendra for
so you should be able to get some Twitch drops. Yes, good. Amazing. It's not. Gotten, thank you for the 66 months. Again, it is lovely to see you all. If you cannot tell, I am, of course, rocking Orion. And today we will be learning how to play Orion and Sirius. And maybe, very soon... Thank you, McMuttons, for the furret. Maybe we can have a good discussion about all things Jade Shadow's Constellations. I didn't realize until I uploaded my video how divisive of a quest it has been. And it might be fun to sort of talk about that in a constructive way. So maybe we'll do that at some point. I'd like to get into the nitty gritty of it all. Because yeah, while I loved it for sure, yeah, I can definitely see why some people had grievances with it, 100%. And I think it'd be fun to talk about. So yeah, I'm glad you found the Garuda lore. Wasn't it good? It was so good. I want more of that. More of that in the game, please. And maybe had they done something like that for
days and 150 days since Andy tried to kill me. Side note, Vosif has a really nice butt.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Blue. And Make a Stay, thank you for the faro bits. I think had they maybe done lore journals for Vina and Ryoku, maybe a lot of the negativity that people have shared about the quest might have been alleviated somewhat. And again, we'll talk more about Constellations later. I don't think I want to kick things off by talking about it because it's quite the conversation to have. But we'll definitely have a conversation about it, and it'll be fun to, again, open the floor and have a real proper adult conversation about it, which doesn't devolve into worst update of all time, DE is dead, game is dead, everything's dead, you know, which I've definitely seen a little bit of that, which has been, you know, a real shock to the system. But yeah, it'd be fun to, again, have a good conversation about that. But again, we'll do that later on. I think we should have gotten them in the Kim. I mean, we can discuss that, because yeah, I think there's pros and cons to that, but I do have a lot of opinions now myself, and I will say, you know, oh, crit 100%, 100%. And I think a lot, I will admit, I do think a lot of the criticism I've seen is
34, more than halfway to 67 FFBG. Shrug.
Nikki, why would you do that? Why would you come in here and do that, Nikki? Right, let me leave capture it. Beep, boop, beep. I haven't seen very much criticism. Well, see, the thing is, I think because of the nature of my videos being... I'll quickly pause alerts while I talk. Thank you for the resubs, and thank you for all of the farts. I appreciate that. But give me just a second to talk a little bit. I think because of the nature of my videos dealing with... you know, being more focused on, again, the lore and the story and the world building and so on, I think that does generate a lot of discussion about those themes when people watch and they want to naturally talk about these things. And I will say it is, I think it's like 60-40. Not that people hate it, but I think like, but I think it's 60 are like kind of middling and 40 are in love with it. And I will say a lot of the criticism I've seen from those who have a middling opinion is, you know, warranted. I don't think there's maybe like a couple of people who are just being obnoxious, but I do think that it's nice to see that a lot of the discussion being had feels grounded and constructive, I suppose. As opposed to just saying like, oh, game is shit and DE have lost their touch. Like, people are genuinely being quite thoughtful with, I think, a lot of their criticism. So yeah, we can chat about that later, but I want to state for the record now, if we do have a chat about it, it's not going to be like through the lens of doomerism, right? Like, we're not going to be all negative about it. It's, you know, have a good conversation, because overall I really enjoyed the update, hence why I titled it Warframe at its best in the video yesterday. I thought it was great. But yeah, I can definitely see room for where it could have maybe breathed a little more, shall we say. I love the new content. The quest felt a little bit shallow. Again, I don't disagree with that. I think there's a lot that I'm hoping that is added in the not too distant future, just to expand upon what exactly happened. But again, we'll have a real good chat about that later. I think it'd be fun to talk about that later when we've got more people in here and we can have a good old chat. So yeah. The only bad opinion I have was to my broken controller. Hi, Andy. I'm loving your Warframe playthrough. Still very early into it. Well, Vitrus, enjoy. Hopefully you have a good time. I was hoping for more Umbra and Hunhow. Yeah. Again, I've got to be careful because when I do have the chat, I always would love the quest to be longer and explore and go deep in things, but with how fast they push out updates, I kind of get it. Yeah. And again, when we do have the chat, I do think it would be fun to, again, I want to state for the record, I'm not going to be listing it as like good and bad. It'll just be just talking about it, because even for me as someone who really enjoyed the update, there's definitely things that I look at and go, God, I wish this was here, or I wish that was expanded upon, or an extra line of dialogue here or there. And yeah, I think we're in a good position, and I think we've got a good community around us to be able to have these discussions in a healthy way. Because a lot of YouTube and a lot of content creation is born of just negativity and really hammering that home. I don't want to do that. That isn't to say I don't want to be blind to things that can be improved, but I don't want to just be like, this is shit, because that's not true. And if I said that, I'd be lying. So yeah. I like the quest itself, but I don't get the missions. It's like Railjack without most of my favorite parts. I haven't even tried that yet. I didn't know the quest had different versions. So depending on whether or not you chose Sirius or Orion as the name at the end of Jade Shadows, you will have different dialogue during Jade Shadows Constellations. As far as I'm aware, because I've not looked into it too much, I think it's very surface level. Like, you're not going to be getting a whole new experience. It's the same experience, but with like a slightly different twist with some of the lines of dialogue. So don't feel like you've missed out if you didn't pick one name or the other. So yeah, enjoy. I went into this content as adding a new frame to the game, had zero issues with it. I'm yet to play, obviously, Sirius and Orion. We'll check them out in a minute. So yeah, I think only the early dialogue varies with the proto-frames. That's my understanding too. I think it's surface level. Yeah, right. Yeah. Feels like a lot of people don't have much chill on the internet nowadays. Having serious conversations with constructive criticism is always more helpful. The ultimate pumpkin pie. I couldn't agree more. Wow, Andy answers my question, but I get an ad and miss it. Wayward Fox, I'm so sorry. Say someone else mentioned it, and that explains my feelings on the quests lately pretty well. Feels like we're dropped into a story while it's already halfway through and only learn a little bit more near the end without knowing how we got there to begin with. Yeah, Neon Phoenix, I'll show you. Maybe we can have the conversation now, just because I know a lot of people in chat are talking about it. And it might be fun to talk about. Harrow Chassis. I got 23. That's not that impressive. Sorry. I wish I had more. But I don't. Sorry, guys. Guys, there's so much implicit lore to think about, though. Yeah. Yeah. We can maybe talk about it. Let me describe. My chair, if you couldn't tell, has slowly descended. Does anyone know how you fix that? The little hydraulic thing? I need to replace it or fix it. My chair just progressively goes down as the day goes by. So if you watch on stream, I will slowly descend over the course of an hour. Buy a new chair. That's what I did. I can't do that. Get a new chair. Get a new chair. I can't do that. I think this one's still in warranty. So I'll just, buy a new gas lift. Defunct, you're a smart man. Smart man. This is why we keep you around. Replace the cylinder. Compulsive shrimping chair. All right. Clive is here. Clive, are you okay? Chat sub for a new chair. No. That and my good looks. Let's not get carried away. But you're not wrong. Bad seal in the cylinder? Maybe. Put it down and sit on a pillow? Speaking of chill, I finally set up a little evaporative cooler for my chicken coop. Hopefully it will help them sleep well through the summer. Studley, I need pictures of your chickens ASAP. You can buy the gas lifts on Amazon. Right, okay. Clive, that's what I was thinking. You shouldn't be here right now. Lose weight? I'm joking. Honestly, it's a good shout. It's a good shout. I'm a little portly. To fix the chair, dielectric grease and a new sprocket. You may as well have just spoken to me in hieroglyphics. I'll see what I can do, Sanguinius. I'll look into that. I'll look into the sprockets and the gears and stuff. I have no Harrow Chassis anymore because I haven't played since the titles were announced and I sold all of them for credits. Oh no. Oh no. Well, Clive, you say that. I've walked 11,000 steps today. It's been a busy day for me. Yeah, I've been kind of non-stop. That's been my thing. What? How? Hiss? I've changed shirt twice. Next question. I just wish there was a final boss fight before Hunhow steps in. All right, let's have a chat. Let's have a chat. Holy shit. What is that in the chat that I've just seen? Lettuce has tipped £100. Lettuce, who are you? And why have you done that? What the hell? What? Lettuce, thank you. Oh my god. Chair money? No. Can we get some love in chat for Lettuce? Whoever they are. Thank you very much. I would play alerts, but it's a lot of the follow alert, I'll be honest. We'd probably be here for a few minutes, so thank you, Lettuce. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you very, very much. Tennocon funds? I mean, honestly, I don't have any Tennocon funds at the minute, so yeah, maybe Lettuce can fund the merch that I will inevitably want to get. Have you guys seen, by the way, there's some brand new Jade Shadows Constellations merch. The poster is awesome. Like, I really want to get it, and I'm hoping they'll have some left in stock at Tennocon, because I did go to buy it the other day just to see what the shipping would be. It's a lot, so I'm gonna ship myself there, get the poster, and then ship myself back is the plan. So the poster looks really cool. Really cool. Andy may actually be Arthur Dent. Can't get the hang of Thursdays. Really should. Kale, thanks. Next Thursday, promise you, we'll be here. But yeah, we can have a good chat about the quest. Let's do that now. I think that's a good idea. Can we once again get some love and chat for Lettuce? Thank you, Lettuce. And also welcome on in, bear with me here, Official Dumbass. Love the name. I feel like I can't really call you that because that feels rude. Tamreese, welcome on in. Furioso, thank you for the 31. Spooky Cookie, ooh, thank you for the 3 months. How long till I graduate from Squire status to full-on knight of the D20 table? Well, Spooky, I believe at 3 months, you should get a brand new sword, sub-badge. So, now? You're a fully fledged knight of the knighthood, I would say. And Noggin, hello. I watched your Warframe journey from the beginning. One of the best I've ever watched as a 10-year veteran. Noggin, thank you very, very much. That is incredibly kind of you. I still pinch myself at the thought that there are people finding my playthrough for the first time. It is an incredible privilege. I don't know. I don't want to call anyone out of lurk if they are here, but I did wake up this morning to the lovely Rue. Hold on. I want to paraphrase correctly here. Hold on. If he's here, sorry for outing you. I woke up to the lovely Rue on Blue Sky, having posted, guys, shh, my show is on. And the show is me. So, yeah, this is a very surreal thing. So, Rue hates tomatoes? That's not on, is it? That's not on. But so yeah, again, I'm getting very flustered by a lot of the things happening right now. Once again, if you would like to enter for the giveaway, ! ticket, and you too can win a Styanax Prime Access thing. Again, the highest tier, you will get everything. So if we come over here, it's the complete pack. You get this, the £97.99 Styanax Prime Access. And again, we will be drawing a winner at the end. It's annoying that you have to be here. I understand that. But I need you to then give me your name at the end of the stream. So, yeah, but you get almost 4,000 platinum. You get Styanax Prime, Aventus Prime, Athodai Prime, Lanex Prime, Syandana, the Dowrits Prime Armor, Axios and Tharos Prime decorations, exclusive Styanax Prime glyphs, a 90-day affinity booster, and a 90-day resource booster. And again, all you have to do is type !ticket. If you're on YouTube, there is a link at the top of chat. I've pinned a link, and that will take you to the Stream Elements page, and you can enter there. I'm really sorry that you can't enter natively through the YouTube client. I can't do that, unfortunately. So, yeah, it's annoying that we have to be here for a chance at a free thing. How spoiled are we? I know, Nezha. What can I say? What can I say? The annoying thing is, I don't have this either. But imagine if I entered my own giveaway and won. Any credibility I have would go immediately. So, like, just know I want to enter this. I really do, but I can't. Anyway, do it. Could you imagine, though? I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Am I? Let me reschedule my surgery to be here for the giveaway. Will? Okay, Will. I'll make an exception. Will, if you win and you're in surgery at the time, I'll allow you to DM me. All right, just for you, buddy. Just for you. Good thing Lettuce has donated £100. That's true. Oh, but much at Tennocon, you know. We'll see. Will has to show a doctor's note. He has to show me a doctor's note and an HD photo of his feet. TMI, maybe. Anyway, shall we go over our thoughts on Constellations? Let's go to the window. Ayo. I knew that would get a reaction. I've also customized my Orion ever so slightly. Andy, will you be streaming Tennocon? No. Will I be recording things at Tennocon? Yes. Yes. But what will I be recording? I don't know. Anyway. This is the customization I've done. And I realize I'm in my Excalibur loadout. Oopsie daisy. Never mind. So there's Orion and there's Sirius. I've just made some minor tweaks. Just some minor tweaks. So just so you can see, if I go to appearance, this is what I've done and this is the default. So I've not really done a whole lot. I've just leaned more into the blacks and the reds. And then I wanted to honor the brother by then including a little bit of the colors from the other one. So Orion's got a little bit of green, and then if we go over to Sirius and go to appearance, so that's the default. And then that's the new one. I probably could also adjust this to be more white. So if we go down to, well, if I go to palette, and then we'll change some of these out. We could go for something like that, but I don't know if I prefer that or not. I don't know. I don't know. My brothers are still crafting, sadly. Hey-oh, German color palette. Hold up. Looking like the Dark Rangers from Power Rangers in space. We already got the answer a minute before. Andy is going to record feet at Tennocon. I'm not recording feet at Tennocon. Please don't start that rumor. Please. I want to try and make friends there. And what if they just know me as the guy who wants to record feet? That's not on. That's not on. Can you imagine? Anyway, but no, I don't know what I'm gonna do at Tennocon yet. I need to sort some things out. I'll be honest, I'll probably be recording everything on my mobile phone. Like, I'm gonna take my camera, but I don't know. I'll probably record stuff on my phone instead. It's a decent phone. I think I'll be fine. I have heard that Reb won't be at Tennocon, but I think I might still be able to see her. I might be able to have a chat with Reb before the surgery. So, watch this space. Watch this space. I don't know for sure, but we'll see. Are you going to do an interview? I don't know. It's the honest truth. I really don't know. I've got some questions to ask before I go and see what opportunities I might have when I'm there. But yeah, if possible, it'd be nice to do some interviews and stuff. My chair is going down again. There we go. I think I fixed it. But yes, wish her good health and also say hi to our dear cat for us. Oh, I definitely will. Don't you worry. It's sad because I wanted her to sign an Emmett Selk Magic the Gathering card. Well, fortunately, there's loads of Tenno VIPs as well, aren't there? And maybe she'll visit some of those, and that'll be an opportunity to, you know, get a card signed and stuff. That's so sweet of you to visit her in her hospital room and perform an NDD20 Warframe video live for her. I just wheel out like a projector, and we sit there and watch an episode. That would be so sad. Do I need to put in a lurk command or just leave the stream on? You could literally, if you really want to, you could enter the giveaway, disappear until 10 to 6 BST, come back and see if you win. If you want, there's no reason to stay around. You can go. You can go. You can stay. Maybe we can entertain you through the power of Warframe. Who knows? Can't wait until Andy witnesses the Soulframe dev stream. It'll be my very first time properly seeing Soulframe gameplay. I will need to, and I know he's here, but I will need to get Dad D20 some Soulframe merch. So yeah, I'll have to sort that out. Yeah, going to Tennocon concert. And there is a not strict but incentivized dress code where they want us to dress nice, you know, in formal attire. And I have formal attire, but we're talking like full suits. It's the middle of summer in Canada. Like I'm not going in a full suit. I'd die. So I've ordered like a whole bunch of like nice shorts, and they got here earlier. I'm not keeping them all. I'm only going to keep like 1 or 2 of them. I've ordered like a whole bunch of shorts. Yes, it's summer. What? You cannot wear formal shorts? Why can't I? What? They're nice. Oh, Jaheim! Oh, hold on. What was that? There's no such thing as formal shorts. Get the pink shorts. Fine, I won't wear shorts. But no, jokes aside, I'm not buying the shorts for the thing. I'm buying the shorts for the trip. I've got a nice pair of trousers I'm wearing to the Tennocon concert. Promise you. I promise you. They're not jeans. Well, they are. They're kind of like jeans. They'll be nice. I've got some nice black trousers that I'm going to be wearing, okay? Leave me alone. And then, leave me alone, okay? It's not Wimbledon. Is it not? Is it not? I thought Federer was going to be there. You're such a dad. I mean, I could have rocked up with, you know, like calf-high cargo shorts. I've got New Balance trainers, white socks pulled up halfway up my calf. You know, I could rock that if you want me to. It'd be quite the look. But no, I'm yeah, I'll dress somewhat nicely, okay? Black, the coolest I can't wear shorts. I can't wear black trousers. I can't wear jeans. What do you want me to wear? Huh? Come on. What's going on? I could wear like a sundress maybe. Crocs are out. A suit. It's the middle of summer. I'll die, guys. Like there'll be a photo of me and I'm just gonna look like a melting ice cream. Please, boss man, you represent us all. Dress well for them. Okay, let's see what I can do. Ski gear, nice and cozy. Andy in a sundress would go so hard though. Hell yeah. I still think you should wear a Canadian tuxedo. I do have a denim jacket. And I do have some denim trousers. Got some jeans. I'll see what I can do. Let's see what I can do. I'd look like a dapper ice cream. Thanks. Thanks. Get 4 friends? Okay, stop right there. I can't do that. Wear something formal but breathable. Maybe something revealing. Should I just... Should I just, like, wear a shirt that none of the buttons are done up? That would not be pretty. That would not be pretty, guys. Yeah. Sundress and Crocs, V-neck. No, I'll work out, okay? I'll wear something. I have to wear something. I don't think they'd be too happy if I just showed up in my birthday suit. The Josh Strife Hayes special. Oh, like a little waistcoat? Yeah, I could rock a waistcoat. Little waistcoat action. Cosplay Sephiroth. I'm just going to predict here. DE Zach is going to tell him to wear something casual. And Endy's just going to follow it. I'm not going to wear something casual. Okay? I'll figure this out. You should cosplay Mesa Heirloom. That's a good idea. That's a good... With no duster. Like, we'd go as bare as possible. Endy's first and last Tennocon. They have to escort me out because I show up to the Tennocon concert wearing, like, bedazzled Crocs and nothing else. Speaking of Zach, please don't forget to flex on him by not having a headset dent in your hair. This is where I reveal that I do actually have a dent, and the reason that I joke with him about his dent is because I know how it feels. I'm still catching up to the stream, but your serious and Orion fashion is awesome. Thank you, Icy Dawn. I appreciate that. Thank you. Anyway, enough talking about clothes. We need to talk about what Jaheim did about 7 minutes ago. Jaheim tipped an incredible £100 with the caption or the message, Dad D20 Merchant Fund. So Dad D20, you may have missed that, but the incredible Jaheim has kindly provided me with a budget to buy you some Soulframe stuff. Huh? Really? Really? So thank you, Jaheim. That is so incredibly kind of you. Yeah, I'll spoil my dad. I'll get him some stuff. For those who don't know, my dad here, the official Pops D20, is playing Soulframe. Warframe was a little bit too fast for him, but he's found a lot of enjoyment in Soulframe. So, yeah. I'll see what I can do. I don't know if there'll be much Soulframe merch there. I'll see what I can do. Maybe I can slide a crisp 100 £100 note to £50 notes into the back pocket of Steve and get something special. You know? Founders merch? Yeah, that could happen. Canada is a developed country. They do have air conditioning. Okay, maybe I will wear the trousers then. I'll see what I can do. Anyway, Jaheim, thank you. Father's Day is Sunday, actually, in the UK, which is fun. I've got no idea what I'm going to be doing, but probably celebrating with my son, and maybe I'll see my dad as well. Anyway, I really do want to learn how to play Sirius and Orion, but before I do that, we were having the conversation about Constellations. So if anyone wants to avoid spoilers, mute the stream, come back when you no longer see this vista. Like, if that's not there anymore, I'm probably playing Sirius and Orion. But yeah, let's have a chat. Because again, I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed Constellations. But from what I gather, not everybody gelled with it in the same way I did. Which is fine. You know, video games are meant to be experienced like works of art because that's what they are, and we all experience art differently. So I'm curious to hear what people maybe didn't like so much. But I'll talk about okay, I'll begin things I absolutely loved. The conclusion or the continuation of Hunhow's story, being able to essentially go full circle and sacrifice his own memories / past in order to prevent this untold tragedy from continuing in aid of his, I would say, friend, the Stalker, was a really touching moment, especially the mail we receive from him afterwards. Because of course, he's the original dad, right? Like, Hunhow's the OG daddy. He was there way back when, telling us about his daughter Natar and how he'd lost her and how he was, you know, once upon a time sent to Tau in order to allow the Orokin access to those distant shores, only to then wage a bitter war against them and become a being, a construct of war and a destroyer of worlds. To have him in that moment, bathed in light, which is such a wonderful moment as well, because you got to think, whenever we've seen Hunhow, he is in shadow, enrobed in shadow. You don't really get a full look at him. And to then, in that final moment, for him to ascend into the light and for all of him to be visible was such an incredible moment. I mean, we could go over to the tower instead. So I take back what I said. Hold on. We're going to go to the tower. Let's go look at him. Let's go take a look at the OG. Boop and boop. Nice. I know, hiss. Don't watch me. Don't watch. Spoilers. But yeah, we'll go over all of the nitty gritty in just a moment. And again, we're going to do it in a constructive manner. If anyone is senselessly toxic, I'm not going to silence you. I'm not going to ban you. But I will call you out for being obnoxious.
Do not fear me.
You're allowed your opinion, but you gotta... I'd implore you to share it in a nice way. And not an obnoxious way. Simple as. Right. There he is. I love the music here, by the way. Absolutely incredible. And something I didn't mention in my video yesterday.
There must be peace. I decree it.
Something I didn't mention in my video yesterday is my grandmother had dementia. Mrs. D20's grandmother, who we went to visit in Northern Ireland, has dementia and cancer. It is something that the both of us are very familiar with. And in this moment at the end here, where we come to Hunhow, it is evocative, and I'm sure many people in this chat room can in some way relate to having a family member who has experienced something like this. And I think they've done such a good job, because it's the tone of his voice and the way in which he talks to us is devastating. It really is. Like, if we just come and have a chat with him right now.
Is Parentol with you?
I've not heard that before. Is Parentol with you? Hold on. Hunhow lines. Is Parentol with you? Question mark. I think I've got a Parentol note somewhere. I should do. Yeah, I've got Archimedean Parentol. Hold on. And then let me quickly fix this. Hold on. Up here, add file property, aliases, Parentol. And then if we go back, sorry, just doing a little bit of housekeeping. Is Parentol with you? There we go. But they do such a bloody good job. They really, really do with this. And it is probably my favorite moment of the quest. Was this moment here. And the mail you receive. I mean, if you watch the video, you'll see that's the bit where the waterworks began.
Until our next meeting.
And I mean, if I just quickly run back out here so we don't hear him talk again. And we go back to inbox. I have mail. I don't know. Ah, Tonka! For the horsey? What is this? Steed's Resolve Pack. Oh, dude, thank you. Thank you very much, Tonka. Appreciate that. I was going to say, let's just listen to this again and just listen to the delivery. The voice acting here is incredible. So have a listen with me.
Tenno, I have prepared this missive to arrive after I have done what I must now do with the poison we all danced with, the Void. Did you hear laughter? Do you feel lighter? My efforts may fail. The Void might reject my sacrifice, but I know how it covets. It will want everything I was. And in turn, I will collapse its frayed mockery. All will be together. I only hope they feel this peace I offer. Their happiness is theirs to find. I place the essence of that which is both Sirius and Orion into your hands. For safekeeping, you will understand the importance of keeping family together. If we ever meet again, I will not know you. So I shall say only this. I do not sacrifice my memories of our acquaintance lightly. But I know that you are taking care of her. I remain a proud father. Hunhow.
Isn't that incredible? I really wish I could search through my mail to find one of the earliest messages we received from him. Here we go. So this is where I disabled gifts. So we should be able to find him pretty quickly. Keep your eyes peeled for Hunhow. Hunhow. Cephalon Psi. Maybe I've missed him. I thought I would have seen him already. I just wanted to go back and have a listen to one of the earlier bits of dialogue we had with him. I must have gone past it. You can sort by name? Ah, sender. So if I go A, B, C, D, oh, G, H. Here we go. So this is the original Jade Shadows dialogue.
Tenno, the shadow has fled. His lair is silent and empty. He will not return. Understand, she haunts this place. Her light has marred the earth. She whispers in the sleeping machines. Through the disintegration of her flesh, she lives on. In honor of my barren, void-scarred womb, I entrust Jade to you. He would not have wished this, but she would. I remain the great and terrible Hunhow.
I mean, equally fantastic voice acting. I think I saw a minute ago someone mention who the voice actor is. Could someone repeat who it is? Who is the voice actor for Hunhow? I believe he otherwise would be question mark, but I don't know where that would appear in here. Unknown, maybe? I don't know what he would be, like, what he would have been known as, or whether Ordis would have been the one responsible for transmitting the dialogue to me. Oh, that's when I had a 75% off coupon. I'll have an, oh, here it is. Is this it? Nope. Nope, this is not it. Ah, it doesn't matter too much. Doesn't matter too much. The point is, the journey Hunhow has gone on. Thomas Dixon. Phenomenal. The journey that Hunhow has gone on, and them using him as this... What's the correct way of describing it? Not only an accomplice to Stalker, not only a friend, but for them to be sharing the journey of fatherhood in very different ways, and to see Hunhow's own regret at how his role of father inevitably went with both Natar and Era, and in him realizing that he can right a wrong on behalf of another father before he will grieve the loss of his children. Like, that's a really, really satisfying full circle moment. Really, really good. And to me, it's the beating heart of the story. Oddly, like, while we're dealing with Sirius and Orion and Stalker, for me, Hunhow's role in everything is the part that sings loudest. That isn't to say I didn't enjoy, Stalker's own role. That moment at the end when he talks in a full sentence, when all we've heard previously are single, loud commands, one-word commands. No. Tenno. Just a couple impressions. But for him to be in that moment, how? Yeah. In that moment, for, I suppose, Stalker finding peace. He has his family. Jade's wish, which we first read upon the epitaph behind Teshin in the relay, came true. That full circle moment again there was incredible. I think the introduction to the quest was amazing as well. Arriving on the Valis? Yeah, makes sense. And witnessing the two children battling in the skies above was awesome. Like, just it managed to bring to life that moment in the animated trailer in a really sick way. That was really cool. Really, really cool. If anything, I wish there could have been a little bit more of that, but I don't know how they could have done it. But I'd have loved to have seen that moment expanded upon, just because I liked it so much. So I'll put underneath, very hype. I wanted more. I don't know how they could have done more. Whether the level became like a long stretch that you have to like bullet jump down, and like maybe there's obstacles for you to jump over as they battle in the skies. Maybe debris begins to sort of build up from where their strikes carve into the land, and then you have to jump over that as you follow your sons as they clash in the skies above. I don't know, just something to have made that longer, because I thought it was fantastic. Really, really enjoyed the introduction. Of course, one of my favorite moments, Umbra returning to the story. That was such a hype moment. I've seen a couple of people say it's fan service, and to that I say, shut up. It's not just fan service, because it's warranted. For it to be fan service, it would make no sense. But it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense, right? Umbra, much like Hunhow, is a father, one that is grieving for a very different reason. Umbra has existed for over 1,000 years, having to deal with the trauma of what happened to him and what would have happened to his child, right? And yeah, Umbra was mentioned in the last Jade Shadows, exactly. So, I'm saying it's not fan service, and if you think so, I'm sorry, I disagree. Vehemently so. Another grieving father brought into the fold. The handshake, absolute cinema. I need Digital Extremes to take that handshake, remove the text that says Jade Shadows Constellations, and make that a GIF. I will use that. a lot. Like, give it to me, please. I would not be sad if that happened, is what I'm saying. Mean potential, yeah, of course. So no, I'd love to see that. And again, Umbra, another grieving father brought into the fold. He gets his moment to do his part and hopefully mend some of the, again, wounds, not physical, that have been festering within him for the past 1,000 years since his transformation and loss of his family. Really, really cool moment to have Umbra come into the fold. Really, really cool. Again, these are the things I absolutely loved. I only want to put things in here that I thought were 10 out of 10. Incredible. I don't know off the top of my head. I think this tower is cool. Pontus Tower, I think, is a really nice touch. A new hub. And then I'll put here, seeing Hunhow in all of his glory, bathed in the light behind him. How incredibly beautiful is that? Question mark. Garuda lore. Oh, I'll make a new note for this one. Hold on. Amazing. Garuda lore fragments. So for those of you who maybe didn't see, if you've not watched my video, I won't read them out, but there are fragments you can find, and the first one is here.
Orion needs a gift.
Oh.
I know just the place.
Okay. Yeah, if you come over here and you click, there is an Archimedean record, and there is a lot in here. There is a lot in here for you to read, if you care to. I won't reveal where the other ones are in case you don't want to know, but there are others. There are others, and it is really, really good stuff. Like, it's good lore. I won't elaborate further if you don't want spoilers, but it's really, really damn good. So, Garuda lore fragments, we finally got some good Garuda lore. And Nitok, for that matter. The delivery of this lore, I thought, was pretty damn good. Not everything has to be voice acted. Because let's be honest, not everyone gives a shit. Right? Had they voice acted all of that during the story, I mean, it would have padded it by like 10, 15, 20 minutes. Not everybody cares, and that's fine. A lot of people play this game just for the gameplay. Are they wrong? No, of course they're not. We all play games for different reasons. But for those of us who do care, I think it's a really neat way of introducing it into the game because, like, I like the treasure hunt of it. And again, if you watched my video, you'll know that I had a lot of fun finding them.
Oh. So we're doing it. You in or out?
Vina, maybe. I'll consider it. But it's really, really good. I like that a lot. And we'll come back to that in just a moment. We'll come back to the notes in just a moment. So I think these are my... I guess another part which I did quite like was the infiltration of our ship. No stalkers allowed. Like, that was so good. I just like the idea as well that we wake up, you know, the Tenno, and we wander around our ship and we're like, what the hell? Who put these up? And Ordis is like, yeah, he came again. That was a really, really nice moment. I thought the new Ordis VA was great. Like, if I didn't know that the VA was changing, I probably would have been slightly, he sounds different. But it's close enough that I think it's fine. They've done a very good job. Very, very good job. The new voice actor, 10 out of 10. I didn't actually notice the new VA. Yeah, it goes to show. Kevin Lim. There you go. Kevin, if you're out there somewhere, you did a fantastic job. Really, really good job. I like how they introduced the new VA. Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? Really good. Yeah, I'd say those are my favorite bits. I'll put down here things that I liked. So we've had the things that I love, things that I liked. The new tile sets for the ships. Incredibly detailed, beautiful global illumination, and hopefully a sign of things to come with future updates and potential overhauls to the existing tile sets. I thought they were stunning. I thought they looked really, really good. And I've got nothing really more to add. They looked great. I thought they were really, really nice. So, yeah, we love a Steve lighting update. Oh, the lighting was, chef's kiss. Fantastic. So, yeah, more of that would be awesome. Other things that I liked. I'm trying to think about individual specific moments. I think Umbra soothing Orion, had I not bungled it. So if you watched my video, you might have noticed I don't have a full-size keyboard, so I don't have arrow keys, and I have to like bind arrow keys specifically for when I need to use them. It's a hassle, I know. I regret it. I can't undo it. So yeah, the Shores in it effing killed me when you fumbled that. I made the baby cry, I know. Umbra soothing Orion. Make sure you have arrow keys for the Shores in smiley face. Speaking of the finale, where we get to prepare a meal, preparing a meal for the family to sit down and eat at the table in the tower. A very sweet and touching moment. I think those are the bits I liked, and I'm not going to put the things I hated because I didn't hate anything and it would be disingenuous of me to say I hated something, but I think this is where we want to have the discussion, and this is things I would have liked to have seen with loads of capital letters. Number 1, Proto-frame backgrounds. Vina and Ryoku feel quite underdeveloped. Now, I thought we would learn more about them in the Railjack missions. I've been told repeatedly that's not going to happen. There's not a whole lot about them in the Railjack missions. So, my first question is, are they saving this for a later date? ... question mark. I am desperate to understand. And no, before I continue, let me go back up here. There's something I've missed under the things I love. The lore implications. We are told so many small details, or we are introduced to so many small details which will have a resounding effect on our understanding of the game world. So an example, if I go here, examples include ... Cephalon Parvos from a future timeline. Another one is Hunhow being able to strike a deal with the man in the wall. I think I've just got it as man in the wall, maybe? What is he in the wall? Man in the wall, there he is. With the man in the wall in order to consolidate the timelines and prevent the eternal battle between Sirius and Orion. If we scroll up, what are the ones that strike me? These alloys 20 years into the future. The future is doomed. The Tenno made sure of that. Natar cannot know. She must believe in a future. That's a good one. So if we come back down here, Natar must believe in a future. And then, of course, the future is doomed. The Tenno made sure of that. The future is doomed. The Tenno made sure of that. Again, these are little sprinkles of exciting implications, but they're not necessarily elaborated upon. And I'm not going to say that's a good or a bad thing. I think it's neither. I think it's fun to know that these things these are questions that we can ask. Do we need answers? No. I think there are certain narratives in games and even television and even books where they feel the need to answer everything. That's not the case. Having questions is incredibly important. You should always have something to be questioning without a definitive answer. Unless you're like at the very end of an incredible story, but I do think some of that is absolutely set up. I agree more. We need to know Rey's parents, though. Somehow Palpatine returned Raz. Just keep asking why. Yeah, right. But there is another take to this. I think there has to be some give and take within reason. I don't think you can constantly make people ask questions without giving them some answers. But they have to be, like it really is on a case-by-case basis, and you can't just do one shoe fits all. It really depends on the situation. So, like, an example of this is us not having Vina and Ryoku's backstory elaborated upon. Is that something we should be asking questions about? Or is it something that we should have maybe had a little bit of information on? I would wager it would be nice to have had a little bit more information to go off of. Just a little bit more. Doesn't have to be like a biography, but it would have been nice to have just had a little bit more to chew on. That's where I'm at. I feel like we got too many, to use Yuki's here, too many Q's, not enough A's. I still want questions about what happened in these timelines, but just let me have a little bit more meat on the bone. That's what I would have liked to have seen there. Other questions which came up, which I wanted to talk more about. The Void Spark being a sentient core. So if we come back down here, the Void Spark being a sentient core. Whose core was it? Why did it become a Void Spark? ... question mark. Did the Lotus sacrifice her own memories and previous sense of self in order to deal, or in order to broker a deal with the man in the wall so that she may hide Lua within the void? Because that seems to be the implication. Because Hunhow does mention that Natar made a sacrifice for her children within Lua. We know for a fact that she has seen the man in the wall's other face, which would heavily imply that there has been a deal made. A deal had been brokered. And if she had sacrificed her memories to make that happen, it would explain why we don't know from her. Because she doesn't remember. The only time we ever hear her mention having seen the man in the wall's face is when she is Natar. And maybe in her form of Natar, little sprinklings of these memories boil to the surface. Right? So that would be my guess. And again, these are revelatory. There's some good lore here. But they just dropped in on occasion, just like, here's a little something, there's another one, here's another lore bomb, and they're delivered like it's nothing, which I like, by the way. I like when a game doesn't, do the YouTube thumbnail thing of circling something in red, big red arrows. Look at this reveal, because that, it kind of takes away from it a little bit. For them just to, you know, just slide in some huge world building, you know, plot in a random line of dialogue, that's hype. That's hype as hell. Because if you care, you're like, shit, Hunhow's dropping truth bombs here. Like, where did that come from? So I really, really enjoyed that about the quest. Like, just how much story they were able to elaborate upon. And even here I wonder then if Natar too did similar when plunging Lure into the void. In understanding his covetous nature, she knew that her memories and former self would be a fitting bargaining chip to allow her use of the void to hide her children. There is also this image which I saw, and I believe people have confirmed this isn't something that's normally there. I didn't know for sure, but I think we can safely assume this is meant to be our solar system. It would seem to be. But what it might be showing, I don't really know, to be honest. I don't really know. Looks like a constellation. It could be. It's a, wait for it, constellation. I think Sirius's third also uses that texture. Then I'll have to take a look at that. It's all Tau. It's all Tau. A good proper magic circle looking solar system. Yeah. But no, so to go back to the, you know, what we've got here, things I absolutely loved: the continuation of Hunhow's story, Stalker finding peace, the introduction, Umbra's inclusion, Pontus Tower, the Garuda lore fragments, infiltrating our ship, the lore implications. I think all of this, absolutely incredible. Things that I liked: the new tile sets for the ships, amazing. Umbra soothing Orion, and the finale. These, yeah, I really enjoyed. You know, I'm not going to give an arbitrary rating, but I enjoyed these. I loved these. But yeah, to go on to some of the things that I would have liked to have seen. Again, Proto-frame backgrounds. I'm desperate to understand more about their respective timelines. I know we are not... I don't think we need to know everything, but I would have appreciated something, I think is the best way to put that. How exactly could that have been delivered? Maybe have them monologue as we make our way through the ships. I know we had Hunhow delivering his own narration, which was great, and again, we learned a lot through his narration. But maybe just, you know, getting to hear from them a little bit. That would have been really nice. Just to have had a little bit more to go off of. And that brings me on to another thing, and that would be Vina, you know, while we're on this topic, Vina and Ryoku's boss fights. I'll put here, scenery-wise, absolutely incredible. Like, both of their arenas, scenery/arena, should I put, absolutely, I thought they were great. I really, really enjoyed what they did with their arenas. I believe it was Ryoku's arena, where there's the, like, incinerator below. Really cool. Like, they cooked. Like, they're sick. The fights themselves, and I think this is where Warframe is in many ways its own worst enemy. Because of the nature of us being able to deal millions and billions of points of damage, boss fights are kind of hard to balance, I suppose. It's kind of difficult to create a boss fight which feels challenging, shall we say? Right? They're better in the Railjack version. Vosif, that's exactly it, and I was going to come on to that. And that what you've mentioned there, Vosif, remind me you mentioned that later, because I want to come on to a couple things. I don't know how they could have improved it, but there's one boss fight which comes to mind, and I'm going to be apologetic here that I don't remember the name. Give me a sec. I know where it is on the star chart, but I cannot remember the name of the boss. There is a boss with phases that I really enjoy. Not Lephantis. It's up on Phobos. Nope, it's up on Sedna. Is it here? No. No. Is it there? No. Do you know who I mean?
Tenno,
Oh.
you really want this? Fine, let's do this!
Is it Keela? Something I really like about her assassination mission is you are forced into these phases. And I know some people will probably... And again, this is where their back's up against the wall, I suppose. Because for every person who says, I want more complexity, I want it to be a bit more challenging, I want it to last longer, you've got an equal amount of people going, I don't want that. And then they're like stuck between a rock and a hard place. And I know I don't necessarily want them to copy Keller the Thame's boss fight. Like, don't get me, don't get my words twisted here. But being able to use phases, invulnerability phases, like as an example, like, please, I'm gonna put here, please take everything I say and type with a giga grain of salt, because I am not a game developer. I am just waxing about stuff I love. So, as an example, imagine if we're fighting Ryoku, and one of the, like, say he has an invincibility phase. Why are you yelling? Why are you yelling? Say he has an invincibility phase, which then, like, all of the top half of the arena disappears. And then we need to then avoid falling into the trash compactor in the middle of the arena. Just something where we have to use our own abilities. Number one on Stalker is a teleport. Like, what if we could use our abilities a little bit to move around the arena, somewhat? Something like that. I don't know, just something that feels a bit more engaging and allows us to look at the environment around us and appreciate it more. And do some parkour. Yeah, Octavia's Anthem. Exactly. Something like that. But you don't have to run it 30 times, Crit. It's a story mission. That's what I mean. Like, if it's, okay, like, if it's a star chart boss fight that you need to farm, sure. Right? But, like, you get where I'm coming from. Like, imagine if he had an invincibility phase where we need to do some parkour to avoid falling into the trash compactor at the bottom of the arena. Maybe he summons clones which bind us to the moving platforms, and the only way to escape them is to use our one on Stalker to teleport away. Like, again, I'm not a game developer, and I don't think this is the best idea known to man. I'm just putting something out there to see what other people think. I hate when people think that they know better. And I'm trying to find that like line where again we're just riffing. I don't want to make it seem like I'm trying to tell DE that this is what they need to do. It's just, I know a lot of people have complained about the boss fights, and I too, in retrospect, think they could have had a little bit more to them. So, you know what I mean. Any boss fight that is already in the game will be difficult and interesting for a new player. There's so much chat happening. With weak understanding of game mechanics, any boss fight that will ever exist will be easy and boring for an experienced player. Even with phases, you'll just wait for them with your 100k Overguard Dante or Mortal Nyx, etc., and just one-shot phase with whichever build you have. Which is why I think if you're able to... and again, it is difficult, and I can't imagine how difficult it is for them to do boss design because of the nature of the game. And Pablo has said it already, and I agree with him, that raids wouldn't work in Warframe with how Warframe operates. And the same applies to nuanced boss battles in content like this. Because you'll have some players who are going in there with a build they made. Maybe they're playing... Well, admittedly, you are playing Stalker, so it's a little bit different. But, you've got a wide range of What am I talking about? I've just had a brain fart. I'm going to read chat. I don't know what I just said. Soulframe boss fights are way better, thankfully. In my opinion, the worst Soulframe boss fight is better than the best Warframe boss. Warframe is too limiting for this type of content because of the power creep and infinite movement possibilities. Raids and Duviri, though, the tank is a pretty good boss, in my opinion. Imagine if Vina has a phase. Imagine you have to dodge her multiple AoE blood areas for you not to get stabbed or stunned. You are allowed to use the Umbra loadout for just one mission on Stalker, especially because there are so many different playstyles in Warframe, from nuking to taking it easy, etc. To repeat myself, what do you think about the possibility that Roth could have become Garuda? I thought it was cool. Again, great bit of world building, great bit of lore, really enjoyed it. But yeah, it's a tricky one for them to balance these things, which is why I'm thinking about, again, the fight specifically here with Keller de Thame, because no matter what your damage is, you still have to interact with the mechanic. Like, you shoot her, she goes down a quarter of her health bar, and then you have to partake in what is an incredibly simple mechanic. You stand on the plate, it spins around, you shoot the target, rinse, repeat 3 more times, she comes back out. Again, super simple. I'd love to see them utilize that more, just to have a little bit more variety in the boss battles. And again, it would have been cool to have seen them utilize the arenas a little bit more in the mission. Because again, I really think that both Ryoku and Vina's arenas were incredible. But because of the nature of the fights ending so quickly, you don't really get to utilize that space much. Like, those conveyor belts underneath the arena move. Like, if we go there, I do have the, I think we can go down there. 1 second. Yeah, in Ryoku's arena. So if we go appearance, Captura, where are we? Kuva Witch. Where is his ship? Hold on. Why can I not see it? It's probably not on this page. Kuva Witch. Scorious Angel. I got that. But yeah, just to go over here and, show it off a little bit. Now, can I make my way to the arena? That's the next question. I think it's this way. Let's go have a look. Those bloody green things that came up, please say you guys fell on them just as much as I did. They're just as bad as the Orokin derelicts with their obnoxious pads which fall out of the ground. I did not. Okari, you're lying. Stop lying. How dare you? No, only you. I'll piss off. So yeah, like this arena, I think for the most part, a lot of people probably just like stood here, shot him a bit, killed the clones, shot him a bit, and then left. But like, look at how much detail there is to this arena. Like, these move. But you never come down here. There's no reason to come down here. Like, this is sick. And it just feels like a bit of a waste that this is down here, but you don't really get to experience it in the boss fight. I guess you just die if you jump in. Yeah. I don't know what they could have done. Again, I'm not an encounter designer, but it's just like, that's sick, right? Why did we not get to use that? I don't know. There is more to the boss fight during the mission in Railjack. Andy, have you... there's more in the Railjack? My question is then, I wonder why they didn't do the Railjack stuff in the story then. If there is more to the fights in there. The Railjack mission is what we expected from the quest. Because of the story pacing, I assume. Play the mission. Clive Sharp. You've not done it either. Probably accessibility, not the gate story behind something too difficult. Okay. They want quests to be easier too. That's fair. That's fair. Vina also has stages too. What if we dropped on the conveyor belt and had to stop him from getting off it because he could fall in? Oh, like you have to like shoot his leg or something because then he'd like fall over and then he'd fall. But we're trying not to kill him, right? We can't kill him. We're just knocking him unconscious. So, yeah. I get that. Okay, but see, that's another not again, not a complaint on my part, but just something that I've seen is I guess they have to find a way to strike that balance between making something too easy or too challenging so that it appeals to as many people as possible. And that is very difficult. You know, many of you will know I've got a background with Final Fantasy XIV. I love that game. There's content in that game that you have to do in order to progress the story that is genuinely quite difficult. And a lot of people complain about the difficulty of that content because they can't then progress the story. I won't name too many names, but In From the Cold, for those who know about In From the Cold, that's a mission or a story objective in Final Fantasy XIV that had to be nerfed considerably because people couldn't deal with it. So that's like, for me, that's so tricky for them because it's impossible to find that middle ground. But yeah, anyway, let's go back here. So boss fights, the backgrounds, I would have loved to have learned more about the backgrounds. I think something that, and again, this goes back to something you guys mentioned earlier. It's just having a little bit more breathing room. Just a little bit more time to elaborate on things. I would have appreciated. But what other things have come up for you guys who have played through the mission? Is there something that you've done when you've played through Constellations and you thought, I wish this had been there, out of curiosity? Because again, please, for anyone who's now tuning in, things I loved, huge list. Things I liked, less huge list, but still, there's only 2 things that I've really got here that I would have, I'd have liked to have seen more of. Telesto breached containment and caused all of the bugs. We don't even know how they became proto-frames. Again, that goes into the proto-frame backgrounds, right? Like, we don't really know anything about them. But again, is that because they want to elaborate upon that later? I don't know. But I'd have loved to have seen more done with them. Because they felt so, and again, maybe we'll learn more in the Railjack missions, and I hope we do. But they feel like they've got a lot of room for growth there. I don't like the whole concept of proto-frames where you no longer have a cap to black holes. I would have liked to have known more about the suns too. Yeah, let's put that in there. So, Sirius and Orion's story. What exactly happened to them in their respective timelines? A conversation with their father regarding the situation would have been nice too? Question mark. Like, I would have liked to have had that elaborated upon a little bit more. They canonically can talk, but never talk in the quest. I feel like the Steel Path versions of the Railjack missions are a bit slower. Why is Vina freaky for Orion? I love how that autocorrected to onion. I think the Railjacks they give you for the new missions are also too weak. I've not tried any of those yet, so I can't personally comment. I think we needed more of the brothers fighting to get a better sense of their rivalry, preferably an ending boss fight, and to make Hunhow's sacrifice pay off better for the quest. Yeah, you make a good point. Like, again, I mentioned that one of the things I loved was the introduction where you see them battling in the sky above, and you really feel the weight of their rivalry in that moment as they clash, with the stars behind them, like a really epic moment. It would have been cool to have seen that happen again, and to just, again, feel the importance of that. They've been trapped in this endless battle between each other. A stronger version of the intro at the end. Or like when they come to fight or find Stalker, they find each other and then they have another battle. That could have been cool. I think the quest felt a bit rushed in places, and I think more depth would have been beneficial. Also, they use really poetic, complex explanations that my simple brain can't understand, so a lot of the lore drops is lost on me. Warframe in general needs to return to the long multi-stage quests like War Within and Second Dream. I have a working theory that I reckon we'll be getting something like that with this year's big update, if I had to guess. Like, I find myself now, you know, now that I'm caught up, I think my favorite update in the entirety of the game is probably the Hex. Like, introducing a hub, introducing a cast of really cool characters, introducing Halvania with seasons, and being able to visit your computer and see new objectives that you can do over there. Like, this is sick. Like, look at all of this. Halvania more, like, this update feels so much bigger than anything else. And, you know, I really liked the old piece. It's, you know, old piece is probably like my third or fourth favorite, maybe. But if you were to compare the December updates 1999 to the old piece, I feel like 1999 has more replayability. There's more to do there. That isn't to say that there isn't content in the old piece that isn't replayable, but I've not really found myself engaging with much of that content as much as I have 1999. And if I had to wager, I reckon there's a lot. Again, I don't know. If I did, I'd probably be sworn to secrecy. I would wager that there's a lot going on behind the scenes to shape this December update into something on a similar scale to 1999. And I tell you what is, to me, a big signpost that that's the case. The fact that they teased Tau at last year's Tennocon. I feel like that shows that, like, stuff's been cooking for a while, and they want people to be getting excited for this December. So, but I get where some of the complaints come from. Of course I do, and again, I think if we can find ways to be constructive in our criticism, that's something which developers, not just Digital Extremes, but any game you play, if there's something you don't enjoy, instead of just like being really blasé about it and you know, over the top, just, I don't know, sit on it and think about how you can share that again in a constructive manner. Overall, I think for me, again, Constellations, I absolutely loved it. One of my favorite updates. Can I look at some of the complaints which have been levied against it and see where people are coming from? Of course I can. Of course I can. And I think if you do love a game, it's important not to be blind to, and again, I use this really obnoxiously, problems. Like, I don't think there's any problems personally with Constellations. I just would have liked there to have been more, but I don't see it as being a problem. The main issue is that Constellations was good and there wasn't enough of it. Well, something that I'm curious about as well is I wonder if they internally, especially if it's a mission where it pulled you out of the core gameplay loop, if they have analytics and statistics which show them people aren't interested in longer stories. So, you know, when you go to do, and I don't think you can replay it yet, annoyingly. I wish you could. Can you? No. But like when you go to start it, it's like, oh, it's 30-40 minutes. Are you ready? Could they make it longer? Maybe, but then maybe that, you know, on their end, they see the people aren't as engaged in that sort of content. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I saw a really interesting comment saying that something that people would have liked to have seen in the old piece is to have gone to a lesson. And I leaned back in my chair and I thought, oh yeah, that would have been nice. just as like an extra little added piece of immersion, to have gone to a lesson. Maybe it would last 5 minutes, and to like have a lesson at the academy as a Tauron student. And I thought, yeah, that would be pretty good. You know, there's like so many areas where they could add additional little bits of world building. But then I guess the question is, how many people as a percentage of the player base would want that? I mean, I do, you know, but I'm not everyone. Maybe they know internally, oh, you know, 40% of players really want, you know, to immerse themselves in the story. 50% want cool set pieces. The remaining 10% are just here to do like deep Archimedia or something. We don't have that information. That's very true, Dad. I would commit untold war crimes for another quest of the length of New War. I mean, New War was a one of a kind, wasn't it? That was so special. Warframe is one of the few games I've played where I think the storytelling would genuinely be improved if the quests were longer. And again, I say this from the point of view of someone who loves immersing myself in a game world and learning as much as I possibly can. As you will know if you've watched my playthrough, I agree. I'd love for the quests to be longer. There does come, you know, a point though where we have to remember the game's free, right? Does that mean they make no money? Of course not. Of course DE makes money. You know, that'd be silly to say they don't. But like, we don't know. We can't even imagine. You know, like, if you could see the cost of an update, how much is added to the cost of an update by adding 5 more minutes worth of content? How much does it cost for them to, you know, workshop that, voice act it, animate it? Like, there's always going to be a roadblock to there being more of something. And the big one is, of course, money. And time. It's still one of the top sellers? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I agree. And again, for anyone now tuning in, I loved Constellations. One of my favorite updates. But I'm finding it enjoyable to talk more about everyone's feelings on the update, because it really did surprise me when I uploaded my video and a lot of people were like, yeah, not for me. I was like, really? Why not? And it's been interesting to hear different opinions. I'm a dev and even I can't imagine the cost. I love the gameplay of Orion and Sirius. Yeah, I'll play them in a minute. I'll give them a go in a minute. Yeah, I'll sort that in a sec. Size is a factor as well. Yeah, I agree. Rhythm. I cannot wait to play Soulframe. Genuinely cannot wait. Red mentioned in the podcast that the team on the new Witcher DLC is bigger than DE. Yeah, it's like in a dream world, DE would be like 100 times the size. Updates would last hours, but like, you know, I'm happy with what we get. I'm ecstatic with what we get. Do I want more? Yes. Yes, I do. My main gripe with the quest was Ryoka and Vina feeling so bland and caricatured without any elaboration similar to Kim. Again, I to a slightly lesser degree, agree with you. I would have liked to have seen more. And this brings me on to something which, again, if we're talking about cost, again, I don't know. Please take this with a huge grain of salt, as I said here. All right. I wouldn't have minded as much if we had something similar to this. The Garuda lore fragments. So when you go to Pontus Tower, after having completed the story, you can find 4 data logs. Archimedean data logs, which tell you about Garuda and the origin of Garuda. And it is exemplary. It is fantastic. The writing, sublime. We learn about Garuda. We learn so much more about Orokin society. We learn more about Archimedeans. We learn more about Nitok. We learn more about Roth. Like, there's so much in there, and you don't have to interact with it. And to me, that feels like the real sweet spot, where if they want to have a tight 40-minute experience, so for those people who don't want to be pulled away from the content loop, still get their tight, story-driven narrative experience, and then they can go back to doing whatever they want. But for those of us who want more world building, who want more story, we can go and read the data logs. And maybe, you know, just as an example, it would have been cool if maybe aboard their respective railjacks, there were more data fragments where maybe, you know, imagine if Vina had a diary and the diary had entries that were like years apart. So maybe there's a diary entry which talks about when she first ran into Orion. And then maybe like 8 years later, there's another data entry talking about maybe a mission that her and Orion had gone on. And maybe another entry talking about Cephalon Parvos. Just something to better expand upon her connection to Orion, and then respectively, Ryoku and Sirius. Like if there were just one data log with more information, would have been great. I'd have loved that. And again, I don't know because I'm not a game developer, but I'd imagine, you know, talking about costs and stuff, there's a much lower barrier to entry, you know, cost-wise, to implementing something like that, as opposed to having a VA read out the dialogue, implementing that, animating a cutscene. Like, that feels like a good spot for them. And if they're not going to be in the Kim system, which they're confirmed as not being in the Kim system, then that's like a nice middle ground for people, I would have thought. I'm pretty sure that bit of more info is waiting. I think so too. I think so too. I have seen, and honestly, I've seen a lot of this come from other creators. A lot of creators aren't a fan of proto-frames. I'm in the official Warframe Discord, and after beating Constellations, I thought, oh, I can't wait to go and, you know, get all excited with my fellow creators and talk about my experiences with Constellations. And I saw a lot of just really negative comments about proto-frames. Not just Vina and Ryoku, but proto-frames as a whole. And I've not really been privy to that, but a lot of people don't really like proto-frames. And I'm ambivalent, I suppose. Like, I'm not really... I wouldn't go to bat for them, but I don't really see them as being a problem. They take too much light over the Warframes, that's the problem. See, in my experience, especially with Constellations, I left Constellations with Sirius and Orion on this pedestal, and Vina and Ryoku, like, I'm happy they're there, but I'm not... Like, I'm unbothered by them. Again, if there were more explanation given to how they came to be, then that's fine. But I just can't wrap my head too much around it. That's where I'm at. I think the Hex were good because they were actual well-written characters, and it's much easier to sell such characters than faceless frames. The issue with later proto-frames is that they're not faceless, but their writing just isn't at quite the same level, or barely exists. I would agree with Vina and Ryoku on that, which is obviously the conversation we're having. The Devil's Triad... Roth, I think, is probably one of the best. You know, going alongside even the Hex. I think Roth is incredible. The other two, yeah, they're okay. I don't like them as much as the Hex. That's whatever. But I think the Hex are a gold standard. I'd agree with you there. 100%. Yeah, I don't have a problem with them at all, because you don't have to engage with proto-frames if you don't want to, you know, in like your day-to-day gameplay. Like, you can buy a proto-frame skin and wear that around. But for me, like, they're not my cup of tea. Like, I'd much rather play Warframe as opposed to a Proto-frame. But I can see why there's maybe some pushback. I don't use any of their skins, but the Hex and the Devil's Triad are great characters. I agree. But no, it'd be fun to have, and again, maybe we will get it in a future update, but I'd love for there to be more Vina and Ryoku lore. 100%. And I'll play devil's advocate for a moment. I think, and this is actually a really complicated discussion, one that I am not really in this moment able to articulate to the point of wanting to go too deep into this. But I do think having proto-frames is a fantastic advertisement for the game for people who maybe look at Warframe and think, I'm not so sure. Like, if they see Ben Starr, right, acting as Arthur Nightingale, that's an easier sell than watching Excalibur slash down some Grineer. The added benefit is Arthur's an incredible character. Like, he's not just a pretty face used for advertising. Like, he's actually a great character. And I think that's where the problem maybe comes for other people. Again, for me, I'm whatever. But I think if you can have a proto-frame that has a genuine impact on the story, is fun to interact with, has a interesting, again, story to them, I don't think people care as much or like kick up as much of a fuss. I do feel that their inclusion would have been less divisive if the proto-frames didn't have to be introduced in the quest and we could have had more time with Sirius and Orion themselves. You know what? Yeah, I agreed. I'll agree with that, sure. Because I think the lack of their backstory does make them feel a bit thin. And dare I say, I feel like they had way more character in the animated trailer, where they like fight each other and Vina growls and snarls and lunges at Ryoku. Like, I think the animated trailer had more personality for them, and in game they didn't really have that as much. So I can see people complaining from that vantage point. So yeah, I'd love to know, what kind of conversations happened internally about, like, was there a version of the quest where there was more story given to them, and then maybe in QA or just like letting people test it, people weren't that interested. I don't really know. Yeah, I'd like there to be more lore in the moment, which is again is why I think even having a diary aboard their railjacks to tell us more about their story, where they came from, their future, their timeline, that would be cool. But, and again, there's got to be a big but here, B-U-T, not B-U-double-T. They may have plans. There might be a plan for an update, maybe the autumn update delves into them a bit more. And maybe we learn more about that. Is that going to happen? I'm not going to sit here and, give you odds on that happening, but it might be. They might be withholding it for a specific reason. How long was it after the release of Jade Shadows that the epitaph was installed behind Teshin? Because that wasn't there at launch. But that being there, I think is fantastic. So it's the next update after that. They can she took him in. In a few weeks. Okay. Eternalism is literal retcon. Novel, right? Pretty sure it was a hotfix. It was right after the operation was over. It was the after the first Operation Belly of the Beast ended. So yeah, the thing is, my own guess, and this is all hyperbolic, I don't really know for sure, but if I had to guess, behind the scenes, the majority of the workforce, again, if I had to guess, is likely working on the Tau update. Because you got to think, the old piece broke records. they've been building up the Tau for years. There is no doubt in my mind that the Tau update will be the biggest update ever for the game in terms of player base. And they must know that. And if I were them, like if I were, you know, ruling over DE, I'd be putting a lot of attention on that. Because you know that that's going to be the one that hits. So, you know, from that point of view, do I mind if the updates earlier in the year are a little smaller and, you know, don't have as much in them? Yeah, I mean, you know, that's fine. I'm happy with whatever we get, but if that means they have to hold back, then sure. That's a fair point. There's only so much team members. Well, as it was mentioned earlier that Reb said that the team working on the Witcher 3 DLC is bigger than the entirety of Digital Extremes. And let's not forget that Digital Extremes is working on both Warframe and Soulframe. So you can imagine how much wiggle room they have there in terms of their own workload and their ability to create stuff. So I'd rather if they foreshadow Hunhow Sacrifice more and have explained how it works and have made the man in the wall a character whom you have to present the offer. Memories versus future. I think this is more missing than background on the Proto-frames. It's why this whole thing feels like a road to new war. That's why under the YouTube video I suggested going back to a smaller scale, Heart of Deimos style update after Tau. Yeah. We will have to wait and see. We will have to wait and see. Watching the no-clip Warframe documentary may explain a little as to why DE perhaps hasn't expanded their team to greater extents. I feel like I've seen some interviews where they talk about that. All the updates at the middle of the year are always small. I feel like this year they've added a few more cinematic quests for the middle of the year. I think I also recall Reb saying they will go radio silent and focus all resources on Tau after the last dev stream. Tau star chart is in sight. Well, think. We are 3 weeks away, nearly to the day, until we get to see what they've got cooking. 3 weeks. Isn't that crazy? I'd love to do a video for YouTube talking about my theories for what I think might be shown at Tennocon. But I really, really, really hope it's on a similar scale to 1999, if not bigger. Like, I want there to be, you know, like here, if I log on, look at all of the different nodes you can go to. Like, I want this for Tau. I'd love that. Like, give me so many different things I can go and do. I'd love that. How will they do it? We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Something I'm wondering is, will we find aliens one day in the Warframe universe? Well, I mean, the game... considering we've only been to the Origin system, and a little bit of Tau, of course, in the old piece, like, there's so much out there. I mean, yeah, okay, if you guys want to take the Xenoflora as alien, yeah, that's technically true, the best kind of true. But if we're talking typical alien, like you'd imagine in a sci-fi setting, like, undoubtedly, and, you know, they can make up whatever they want. And that's the beauty of the lore for Warframe as it stands, is they don't have to adhere to, like, any notion of there being X, Y, or Z alien out there. That is uncharted territory. They can make up whatever they want. And, you know, of course, writing sci-fi, you know, it's the options are limitless. Will we run into them soon? No. I highly doubt that. Like, right now we're in the... I think it's described as the Void War saga. Right now we are battling the man in the wall. Will Tau be the end of that war? I would be incredibly surprised. I think we've got 2-3 more years of the Void War before we move on to whatever's next. How would it end? I can't even imagine that. Unless it's sort of like some Giga Duviri and we go somewhere within the void itself. But I don't see that happening. The Void War quest will be the last of the saga. Tau would probably be smaller than our own origin system, since only 4 confirmed planets exist so far, with possibly 8 at most. And I think that's fine, though, isn't it? For, like, I don't think, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think anyone wants this. Like, this was built over a decade. If people are expecting this level of granularity on Tau, then, well, I think they're setting themselves up for disappointment. But, like, if you've got even 4 planets, hell, even 3, like a moon, a couple planets, 3 tile sets, yeah, I don't know. The thing is, I think it'd be obnoxious of me to be like, there needs to be this many, or it has to be to this standard. I'm gonna be happy with whatever they do. I trust them to do a damn good job. I would just love to see something similar to Helvania, where it changes week on week, because it feels fresh. And while it is largely like one tile set, there's so much to Helvania that, you know, like if I just come over here, like when you go and do Solstice Square and defend Temple, that's a really cool zone. But there's like the zoo section which you can go to. I don't know which one of these that is. It might be Coben West. But like, there's so much to the Helvania tile set. So if they wanted to do something like that moving forwards with Tau, where maybe there is a handful of tile sets, like let's say, okay, they've got 4 planets or 3 planets, 1 moon. They've already probably got a lot of information from having done the old piece, right? Like they've built a Tau tile set for that already. Admittedly, it's been 1,000 odd years since then, and it probably looks very different, but they've got that alien landscape already done, if you know what I mean, to ideate from. So, I mean, who knows? Who knows? The thing is, though, I like theorizing about what might be coming around the corner. In the same breath, and this is something very true of, I would say, film and TV and games, you can very easily set yourself up for disappointment. Like, if some people are genuinely thinking that this is how big the Tau system's going to be, they're going to be really upset. Because there's no way in hell it's going to be this in-depth. There's not going to be this many planets. But I would wager they've got to have a couple planets, right? That's sort of where I'm sat at. I'd be happy to see a couple planets and some tile sets, and then that's something they can build upon. Think, again, sorry to keep opening the star chart, but think about how much of this was added post-launch. So much of this. Think about all of the areas in Deimos. Think about the open world zone there. Think about the open world zone on Earth, on Venus. Think about the Zariman tile set. Think about the Kuva Fortress. There's so many places here, even Lua. Like, once they've got the Tau system, that's something which can be expanded upon. I mean, I don't imagine they'll be updated in the smaller updates, but they can. You know, in the smaller updates, they might throw in a new moon somewhere, or maybe there'll be a new tile set on a certain planet. Who knows? Even Neptune was added later. Imagine they introduce like 2 planets to start with, and then subsequent updates will introduce new ones, similar to the Heart of Deimos. You'd really build a connection with each planet and tile set. Even Dark Refractory has some new secret boss fights and stuff. Raphael I have, and it's bizarre to look at it, considering I'm so familiar with the one that we've got now. DE had years to build Origin system. Post-launches, I remember they added Lua, Kuva, Deimos, Zariman, Proximus, Duviri, yeah. And that's the thing that I love. I love that. They could have very easily, you know, just left the Origin system and, you know, visited other, you know, neighboring systems. But because they stayed in the Origin system, we forge a connection with it. We get to know the denizens. We get to know the enemies, and it's a home for so many people, especially if you've played the game for over a decade, as many of you have. The Origin system is, in many ways, your home. You're so familiar with it. And again, if you go back to the very first... Was I out of focus there, Neon Phoenix? Sorry about that. If you go back to the very first dev stream ever, I cannot remember who it was that said it, but someone on the panel said that they don't want to do anything outside of the Origin system for a very long time. And again, this is like pre-launch. I think it was like a week or a month before the game launched back in 2013. And they said then they want to stay in the Origin system and build stakes. It wasn't Steve. It wasn't Steve. If I go back and quickly, hold on, give me a sec. Let me open up YouTube. Warframe dev stream 1. The moment I see the video, I'll know who said it. It was Scott. Scott said it. Apologies, I don't know what his last name is. Love you, Scott. But yeah, Scott said it on the original panel. I might be able to find a timestamp. Power versus gunplay, reward system, clan system, blocking system, trading system. Here we go. I'll just play it out loud. This should be what I'm talking about. Let's have a listen.
It's just about the scope from this point. Right now we're in our solar system, the one we know and live on right now. The idea of introducing another solar system or extending the scope of where we're fighting these battles outside of 9 planets plus.
I think we're staying in this solar system for now. Not ever saying that we'll never leave. Obviously, maybe the lore will hint at future spots and future places, but currently I think we have lots to explore. You know, it's a giant solar system. There's planets, there's asteroid belts. You know, we can further dig into the locations that we currently have.
Yes.
So I think we have a.
The solar system is actually ridiculously huge.
Yeah.
Like the actual solar system.
Oh, like in real life.
In real life.
It's big.
Yeah, it's big. I haven't seen.
Anyway. Yeah, you can tell they've come on a long way in terms of the production values. But yeah, again, from the very first dev stream, it's about 37 minutes into the video. And yeah, they say it then. From the very inception, they knew that they wanted to stay within the solar system. So again, it's a big leap for them to take, because again, once you've opened Pandora's box, you can't close it. So the moment they introduce Tau, I don't think they are, but let's just say it's a flop. They don't do it justice. You don't get round 2. You don't get to re-release it. It's one and done. Do they land it? Do they not? I think they're going to land it, personally, because they know the stakes going into it. They know that so many people are excited for Tau. I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens. Hey? The guy banging on some pipes in the background really added some je ne sais quoi. Yeah. Has anyone else experienced a new Railjack having an energy leech Eximus walking in outer space? No. Can't say I have. Every new update would just be people whining, why no new content for Tau? Where Tau content? It's boring, it sucks. They usually stick with it, then fix it over time. They've done it a few times before. I think that's fair, though. I think you've always got to give developers, especially the ones who are working on live service games and MMORPGs, a little bit of wiggle room, because, you know, there are certain things, I think DE are very good at this, at listening to the player base. And I know some people might disagree with that, but I really, really do. You know, of all my years of playing games, especially ones that are, you know, MMOs, it is a breath of fresh air to have a dev team who are so, you know, on the money when it comes to actually hearing the community. And I mentioned it in my Warframe video where I talk about, you know, their how do I word this? They're honoring the community in many ways, with the dev shorts, with the dev streams, with prime time, with their transparency when it comes to their conversing on Discord and the official forums. They're really, really good at that kind of stuff. Are they perfect at it? No. But I think that's almost unattainable. Some things have to be iterated upon. You can't just say we want this and then they're gonna give it to you. Like that's also not good. I'd rather them take their time and think things over than just blindly, you know, adhere to things. We'll have to wait and see, Captain Otter. We'll have to wait and see. I personally, as a newcomer, am incredibly excited and think it's going to be bloody good. Having a dev team that is so open and communicative is a breath of fresh air, even in comparison to FF14's creative... Yeah, Luke, exactly. 100%. And, like, going back to the dev shorts, I think it was on the last one or the one before, where Reb and Steve are talking about some Railjack stuff, and how back when Railjack was introduced, Steve admitted that he was being hard-headed about not being able to use the front artillery from the pilot seat. Which, you know, again, as a newcomer, that really frustrated me that I couldn't use my front artillery from the pilot seat. Because when I'm playing solo, I go over, I shoot, wait for them to get depleted, leave the pilot seat, walk behind me, go down the thing, pilot, boo, destroy it, go back up. Like, it's just kind of wasted time. So for them to talk about it so openly, and for Steve to be like, oh, did I put my foot down on that? Yeah, I was probably being stubborn about something. And for Reb to be like, oh yeah, well, maybe we'll do that then. Will that come soon? I mean, that's a good sign for them to be having that sort of development process live in front of people, because it adds some level of accountability almost, because people can then say, oh, have you thought more about this? And because of how they are, I'd expect a response of sorts for them to go, yeah, we thought about it, and yeah, it's not worked out. Remember when the Railjack was supposed to be an alternative to the Orbiter? I mean, it's up there. There he is. He's up there somewhere. They do feel human, yeah, but... And something which is really important, and something that I want to make clear, because while I am now an official Warframe creator, I don't want that to be, you know, not that I would ever sit here and be just negative for the sake of being negative, but if I did have something which I was not happy about, I want to be able to talk about it and, you know, be constructive in my criticisms. I think that's a really healthy thing to have. And, you know, as easy as it might be to blindly say a game is perfect, infallible, best dev team in the world, I do actually agree they're probably, for me personally, one of the best developer teams that I've ever had the pleasure of watching, you know, on their dev streams and dev shorts and so on. Again, coming from Final Fantasy XIV, where I love the game and I think the developers for that game are great, the communication side of things is piss poor. Coming from one of my favorite games, in fact, my favorite game, Path of Exile, grinding gear games are lovely. They're nice guys. Piss poor when it comes to communicating. And they used to be better. For anyone who used to play Path of Exile, they used to be really communicative on Reddit. And then they nixed that, and that's no longer a thing. And that really was quite a shame, because I really enjoyed that. Exactly, Jacob. Inarguably one of the best teams doesn't mean updates are immune to critique. Exactly. I don't think it's mutually exclusive to say DE is an incredible developer, but then to also have constructive criticism about certain things. Because if you are, you know, if you're okay, let me rephrase this. Toxic positivity for a game you love is just as, if not more detrimental than toxic negativity. Like, if you cannot see problems in things and you blindly, you know, just say, well, no, actually, you're all wrong, this is perfect, that's just as bad as, you know, like all of the YouTubers out there making, you know, gross, over-the-top negative videos. Like, you've got to be I was gonna say normal, behave normally? I don't really know how to word it. Maybe a weird question, but is this game good playable on a controller? Asik, yes. You know me, Asik, you've been here a long time. You know I cannot use a controller to aim for shit. I have many evenings booted up Warframe on my PlayStation, and I play it just fine. It is really, really good. It plays well. Maybe you finally convinced me. Normal in this economy? Be normal? I could never. You must see with eyes unclouded. There's a delicate balance between enjoying a thing and knowing it has its drawbacks, and we have lost that literacy. I think in an age of YouTube and Twitter, you know, especially when an opinion has to be given in a certain amount of words, that I do think things have become more pigeonholed into being either negative or positive. And like the middle ground between the two of them, which again is what I would say is where 99% of the people sit, is frustratingly how do I word it? It doesn't really work as a tweet or as a YouTube video. Thumb up, thumb down culture. Yeah. Like if you are in that middle ground, like where 90% of people are, where you're critical of the things that you think could be improved and positive about the things that you enjoy, people will find a way to pigeonhole you into either this or this. And that's the problem. And that happened a lot during Final Fantasy XIV for me, where I spoke really positively of the game about the things I liked in the latest expansion. And if I were negative about anything, instead of people viewing me as being in that middle bit, the 90%, anything I said negatively would swing me into that like negative 5% of people. And like that's frustrating, because if I say 99 good things and one bad thing, that can immediately pivot you into being like viewed as being just hateful about something, which is as far from the truth as possible. Incorrect sign. Incorrect. Miles, exactly. Exactly. Well, Luke, that's something I want to be really careful with as well. Obviously, I'm very privileged. I've got a really good relationship with not only Digital Extremes as an entity, but I really, really enjoy just chatting with many of the people who work there. I think they're lovely people. Rue has posted an update on the Reddit like a minute ago. I'm investigating. Rue, if you're watching, hello. Warframe. Where are we going for this? Is it an announcement? They posted about Railjack 10 minutes ago. I'll read this out loud. Steel Path Railjack. Post-launch, reflections, and rewards. Hi, Tenno. There's been a lot of discussion following the release of Jade Shadow's Constellations, and we want to thank everyone who has submitted feedback or bug reports thus far. In this thread, we want to take a moment to talk about a specific element of the update, Steel Path Railjack. As explained in Rebecca's video last night on Primetime, Steel Path Railjack was rushed to deliver, and Railjack fans may be understandably disappointed with the implementation of it. A common thread we've seen from players is the lack of incentive to grind Steel Path, so we are working on adding Mark IV armaments to the mission drop tables. These armaments will also be added to the Proto-frame's loaner railjacks in the Uranus Proxima, which will help address power concerns in the Steel Path versions of those missions. We'll continue monitoring Steel Path Railjack feedback both externally and internally as we see what other changes can be made. But that's all we have to share on this topic for the time being. For wider issues related to the new game modes, please keep an eye on our known issues thread. Isn't that... It's almost... prophetic, isn't it? That we're having these conversations about transparency. We're having these conversations about them being communicative. And then 10 minutes ago, in the middle of all of this conversation, there's proof. Right there. Of that being the case. The update came out Wednesday. And they've already been able to establish what they need to do to fix some of the problems. They've communicated it in a way that means people can see it openly and comment on it and engage in it. And there'll be some people who, yeah, whatever, who will go, well, they shouldn't have rushed it. They should have waited. Yeah. Hindsight, 2020, etc., all of that. That doesn't negate the fact that they're actively trying to make amends. I really wish some of you could have played Path of Exile, because we went through a dark period. There was an update, and gather in, fellow PoE fans, there was an update known Arch Nemesis that introduced brand new rare modifiers to the game. And they were so stubborn and foolhardy about how great their update was that for weeks, months, even years, they refused to remove the Arch Nemesis stuff from the game. And eventually, I think 2 years later, after the update, they said, you know what? We messed up. We're removing it from the game. Never have I seen such unanimous celebration in the Path of Exile community of when Arch Nemesis finally died. 2 years it took them, I think, to finally reach that point. What was so bad about it? Where do I begin? For me to get into it, you need to have an understanding of Path of Exile, and that's quite a lot to explain in a short form format. But just know that it was largely reviled by the community, and I mean largely. Like, you'd have been hard pressed to find someone who genuinely loved Arch Nemesis. But again, it took them years to finally go, you know what? Yeah, we messed up, and we'll remove it. 2 years. Because they just believed in their own vision too much. I was so large when I was reviling it. Unrewarding giga monsters that keep popping out. Yeah, like imagine if DE said, okay, we're gonna overhaul the Eximus monsters. And you're like, okay. And they're like, okay, we're gonna give the Eximus enemies more modifiers. Okay, yeah, sounds great. And then whenever you ran into an Eximus enemy maybe in the game, they would deal ridiculous amounts of damage. They'd be unkillable. You'd kill them. There you go. Arch Nemesis and Warframe would be an Eximus with 1 billion overguard and one-shot toxic guns. That's, by and large, a good comparison. Like when Liches insta-killed you for stabbing them with the wrong combination? Kind of like that, yeah. But imagine if that was in the game for 2 years, and whenever you saw that Eximus mod in a level, instead of engaging with them, you'd just run away. Neon, I want to play it soon. I do want to play it soon. Eximus monsters, you know what I mean. But that was essentially the hill they chose to die on. What I'm saying is, for DE to go, yeah, we rushed it. Yeah, we've got a fix. Please continue to contribute your opinions, and we'll see what we can do. That is incredible. It's genuinely incredible. I think it speaks volumes that we are being very critical of the update, and the moment they announce fixes and new stuff, we get really hyped. Well, yeah. And the thing is, I would wager as well that I don't think we're being very critical. Because again, if you, like, for me, this is where I'm at, right? If we go back to my Obsidian document, for me, if I just, like, you know, put all of these down, on the list of things I loved, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got 8 things that I genuinely loved. I've got 3 things that I liked. And there are 3 things that I thought could have been improved. That is, you know, if we were talking and being analytical of other games, I mean, that's amazing. I'm happy with that. And I think it would be insane if there weren't anything down here. Like, if everything were perfect, I mean, that's great, but it's very rare. More often than not, this would be probably the inverse with you know, some other games I've played, where there might be a few things I love, but a lot of things that I'd have liked to have seen improved or elaborated upon. So, yeah. Break, please. I could use an escape from my office. It is so hot in here, if you couldn't tell by my flushed cheeks. Jurassic Pug, hello there. How are you? If only they made Vina and Ryoku had a big boss battle. You guys go BRB. Go Vosif. I'm not going to go to the BRB screen. I could go to the BRB screen. No, you go. You go. We'll go on a 1-minute BRB. I will, because I'll be so quick, I'll just leave you here with the Roomba, okay? I'll be back in just a second. Don't go anywhere. The new garage does have AC, Shrikaka. I cannot wait. When I'm back, we will learn how to play. In fact, I'll come over here so people know. When I come back, we're going to learn how to play Sirius and Orion. But yeah, I'll be back in a second. Don't go anywhere. Oh my goodness, it is so hot in this room. Ah, look, it's Rue! We just read your Reddit post. Have you been here lurking, Rue? Because I've been saying nice things in your general direction. Yeah, I'm back now. We can relax. We can relax. It is so hot in here. It is so hot in here. Like you wouldn't believe. The new Warframes were easy for me to farm. Where am I here? There was a period in Warframe before the new War Within launched titled The Vacuum Within, where players had to fight long and hard for years to get vacuumed to become a universal mod instead of being stuck on the carrier Sentinel. But they failed that update spectacularly by giving the Sentinels a built-in 5-meter vacuum and remaking vacuum into a different mod entirely in the future. But then players complained how it didn't address the issues, and DE finally allowed vacuum to become universal. There you go. There you go. Hey, there you go, Asik. Enjoy Warframe, buddy. I'm not going to provide mine because it would be, you know, there is a recruit a friend program. So if anyone would like to give Asik their, I shouldn't be doing this publicly because I feel like everyone's going to spam their code. If you have a recruit a friend code, maybe give it to Asik so you can both reap the benefits. I regret saying this because I now feel like it's going to be use mine. Maybe post it in Discord. Take Judge because he's new. Yeah, that would work. They have overhauled the system. There's some really cool rewards you can get as well. Anyway, let me learn how to play these two incredibly handsome Warframes. Anyway, passive. Swapping between them grants 45% ability efficiency for the next 2 casts. When below 50 energy, Sirius and Orion will steal energy from each other. That's fun. And then view Sirius's abilities. I'll do that in a second. Okay. Gravitic? I can hear my son crying in the bath. Not genuinely crying. He's having his hair washed, and he hates having his hair washed. And I can just hear him say, no. Slightly off, though. He'll be okay. Gravitic Slash. Repel enemies with Orion's Sinister Scythe, dealing slash damage and status effect while reducing shields and armor. Hold to swap to Sirius and use Coronal Ejection. Hurled Sirius's Jade Light infused scythe, dealing heat damage while collecting any pickups in its path. Okay. So that's what paired with Event Horizon, if I remember correctly from the dev stream. Astral Shell. Envelop Orion in an astral shell. Oh, I love this video. Upon taking damage, the shell becomes a decoy that draws fire until it is destroyed. Okay. Clone duration 5 seconds. Clone cooldown 5 seconds. Duration 20. It's the Void. The man in the wall has come to claim the video. Okay. And then over on Sirius, it is Jade Stars. Sirius conjures Jade Light motes that slowly regenerate over time. Attacking enemies launches the motes, dealing heat damage and status effect. Oh god, this is going to be so complicated. I'll get there in time. Event Horizon. Orion forms a drifting black hole, trapping enemies within its gravity. Hitting the black hole with gravitic slash or coronal ejection will extend its duration and change its trajectory. Gravitic slash will direct it away from Orion, and coronal ejection will pull it towards Sirius. Okay, and then we've got Light Sanctuary on Sirius. Creates a well of light that heals and revives allies while reducing incoming damage. The well slowly grows in size and power. Swap to Orion and use Event Horizon. Okay, and then finally, the ultimate ability. Sirius and Orion take to the skies in a cosmic duel. Each attack consumes a Constellation star to inflict colossal collateral blast damage. Match the star's color to the Warframe's color to gain increased crit chance. Left is Sirius, right is Orion. Generate Constellation stars by using the abilities. No more than 2 stars of the same color can be added in a row. So you need to be, you know, weaving in and out of both of them. Belatedly, sorry I missed this. Basic Binary, thank you very, very much for the 5 gifted subscriptions. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome on in to all of the new members. Okay. Cool. Nice. And then let's have a look at the tips. Sirius and Orion are modded separately and benefit from different stats. Whichever of the two you are not controlling will continue to fight and cast abilities independently. Gravitic Slash can be aimed up or down to hit enemies above and below Orion. Coronal Ejection, Gravitic Slash, and Celestial Clash will fire Jade Stars for each enemy hit, making them deadlier to use. Jade Stars and Astral Shell are applied to both Sirius and Orion when casted. Recasting Light Sanctuary in the Well of Light will refresh the duration without changing the well's position. Redirecting Orion's Event Horizon with his Gravitic Slash or Sirius's Coronal Ejection also increases its duration. Does it say? So the duration bonus is 5 seconds. Okay, I think for today, I want to try and build this myself, and no doubt it's going to be the worst build you've ever seen. So much so that it might damage IQ. But leave me to it. I'm going to try. I'm going to try my best. Swapping back and forth in Celestial Clash significantly increases Sirius and Orion's crit chance. Successfully matching all 7 Constellation stars while using Celestial Clash will result in a special final attack. Tap dodge during Celestial Clash to teleport in the direction you are moving. There is a brief moment of invulnerability when swapping between Sirius and Orion. Use this to avoid dangerous attacks. That's fun. You can swap whether Sirius or Orion is your default at the crypt. Yes, I did see that. Okay. And they can be modded separately. Okay, hold on. Let's go to the notes. Jess, thank you for the 69 months. Thank you. Jess, how are you today? So hold on. Sirius, Orion. Okay, I just want to quickly make notes on what I think both of them want more. So Orion slash... Let me get back into here. So, slash damage. Radius is 6 meters. I think having... Because radius is affected by range, isn't it? Plus to range, I think would be nice. Status chance, 100%. Defense reduction, 35%. So I reckon plus strength to increase gravitic slash. We'll test that in a second. So I'm wondering if having improved strength increases the defense reduction. So if you have 200% ability strength, would the defense reduction become 70%? Because if so, that could be really cool. That'd be really fun. Just to use that as a way to just nuke anything around you. It should, right? So again, I want to approach this from the perspective of someone who hasn't really worked on their own build before. I love you guys. I'm going to be ignoring you. That's right. My toxic arc has begun. Isidoriana, hello. I'm not going to ignore you. The rest of you, though, you're getting ignored. Astral Shell. Damage, duration, radius 5 meters, clone duration, clone cooldown. Okay. I'm not too fussed about Astral Shell, but I imagine if you're doing something like Steel Path, then you will be fussed. Event Horizon. Duration 12 seconds, damage 300, radius 5, duration bonus, explosion radius. Okay, so again, I think range is going to be big for me on Orion especially, because I want the Event Horizon to be fucking huge. Like, massive. And Celestial Clash, well, this is going to be interesting. Maybe someone... Okay, I will ask one question. Say I'm using Celestial Clash. If I right-click and Orion attacks... Don't say no! If I right-click and Orion attacks, if I then attack again with him, am I using the mods on Orion in that moment? Stop climbing! Stop! Because my guess is, if I, like, okay, so let's say Orion has 500% range somehow. You repot, you so... Ah, I'm sorry, guys. Do I need to make a YouTube apology video? You know, like a blank background? I've really not wanted to make this video. I've tried recording this 5 times. And then I'll get my dog on screen. I'll start paying her. Oh, hey, Luna. Yeah, Dad's just got to make an apology video. So anyway... That's what you got to do, right? Bring your dog in. Get the ukulele. Oh, calm down. No. I'm not having a Miranda moment. Come on. Got to get them fake tears. I'll see what I can do. But anyway, I'm guessing that if I'm right-clicking... Whatever. I've shot myself in the foot. I never should have said anything. Corey, I'll listen to you. Make sure Luna doesn't have a shock collar. Oh, my God. Are we opening that can of worms? He definitely shocks his dog. Anyway, let's go and mod, shall we? Upgrade. So, Orion, I want you to have range and strength is what I want to go for. Have I? Yes. Okay, cool. Right. So, range. We've got Archon Stretch. We have Stretch. I'm not dealing electricity damage, so we'll pop Stretch in. There you go. I like that. I like Stretch. Augur Reach will probably make its way in as well. Overextended? Not really keen on Overextended. It depends on how much ability strength I can get. What does that do to the range then? So that becomes 8.7 meters. That becomes... 7.25. You guys keep banging on about simulacrums. I don't know if I've got one. Should we quickly see? I don't know if I do. If I go over here, I don't think I've got enough either.
The multitude of creatures you have immortalized would cry out in thanks.
Everyone has one by default? Oh, good. Oh, nice. I knew that. So if I just come over here...
You are hungry for the knowledge of the sanctuary.
Personal space, come on. Do you have any targets? Teach you how to perform synthesis. You don't have one by default. You have to buy one. On the left.
No.
Nope. Do you mean on the right?
This is how I can help you. Help.
I
the
do have one.
sanctuary.
But where is it? How do I go there? It's by the entrance. What, here? Yo! I've never done this before. Zanuka Arena. Guys, I never should have said I was going to ignore you. You guys are really nice. Did you know that? MR30 soon? I mean, yeah. God damn, look at that drip. Yo. Hold up. Whoa. Who's this? God damn. Okay. Right. Let's do some tests, shall we? I've never done this. I feel like a fish out of water. Let's summon Orokin Battle Group. Simulate. Right. Yo, bro. Oh, I can't use my abilities because I'm level 1. I can't do this yet. I can't test. I've only got one ability. Shit. No. Guys, this has all gone downhill. It all started going wrong when I said I was going to ignore you. Hold on. God damn, the range on that was kind of crazy. It's got a good range on it. Oh, that is really satisfying. That's nice. That's really nice. Okay, I need to go level up before I do Simulacrum. That's what I'm learning. Let's go back to the Orbiter. Let's go back to the Orbiter. I need to level up a little bit. Our Warframe streamer, everybody. Oh, God. Do you know what? I was so embarrassed in my video yesterday when I couldn't find the feckin' vegetable. The very end of the quest. And I'm putting the fish in, and it's like, nope. I put the beef in, it's like, nope. What else is there? Oh! Shit. How the heck are you MR25? Because I play the game. I like it. Is your no. I'm the cook in our house. Okay, I cook. But I just can't cook in game apparently. I know, Luke. I got the Luke shush. Right, let me very quickly level up before I do anything else. I'll put in some very rudimentary stuff. Let's put in Umbral Intensify because I can. If we go to the Aura slot, I'll probably... Well, annoyingly, we have the Naramon. Shit. I could put in Mecha Empowered. I'll probably put Corrosive Projection in. That then stacks a little bit with our 1. Which, as you can see, the defense reduction has actually gone up to 50%. That's really, really good. Okay. So what other strength things can I do? Again, we're just putting some random bits in while we level up. This is not going to be the be-all and end-all. I'm putting Blind Rage in. I know some people are going to hate that. I'm going to make up for it by going over here to Efficiency, and we'll put in Streamline. That way it feels a little bit better. We're now up to 85% defense reduction on the 1, which I really like, and that's kind of what I'm going for. I want that to become 100%. We're not far off. We need another 57% strength, which we can get with Transient Fortitude, but then that negates the duration of my 3 quite considerably, and my 2. Okay, well, we'll put it in. We'll put it in. And then that brings me up to 100% defense reduction. Okay. Equilibrium with Blind Rage is a go-to. Equilibrium I do need to put in. Equilibrium. And then we'll chuck that there just because it's quite... Does that work? No, I was going to say, I don't think it does. Love me some build crafting. Well, right now, this is meant to be... His passive does the negating job quite well, too. Oh, yeah. The ability efficiency. Yeah. I'd kind of forgotten about that. That is going to be pretty good. So what do my abilities cast now that I've dropped my own efficiency? 18.75 for the one. We've got 9 more capacity to play with just while we're a low level. We could do something like Energy Nexus. But is that overkill with Equilibrium? Maybe. Maybe. I think that's unneeded. I think that's a step too far. We could go back over to range and put in Augur Reach. And then that means the radius on my 1 is 10 meters. And then when I can eventually use Event Horizon, that's 8.75. You guys think continuity instead? Or flow? A purple Archon shard would help as well. Let's go see if I have enough. Archon shards. I do have 2 yellow, 1 blue, 2 green. I don't know if any of these are going to do anything for me with what I'm trying to do at the moment. No. Yellow cast animation is mandatory. My Orion is still cooking in the foundry. I don't know how fast my casts will be at the moment, but I guess we could put in a couple of Tau Forged. I don't mind removing these later. Ability strength, ability duration. I'm gonna pop some in. Again, I don't mind not being able to, you know, I'll grab them again later. Let's see what this does. Energy max. There we go. We'll just mess about. Again, I'm not too bothered about this. I gotcha. Okay. Right. Let me go and mod Sirius. I did want to make a note about what I think he should go for. So, damage. Does he already have something modded? Oh, it was showing like a green number. Oh, because they share the Archon shards. Ah. That's cool. Okay, I thought that they would be modded separate. That makes sense. That makes sense. For some reason, I thought because they're being modded separately, they'd also have to have their Archon shards. That makes so much sense. Okay. Ignore me. Let's go back then to abilities. What do I think Sirius wants? Drain, duration, radius, status chance. Drain, duration, radius. Heal rate, damage reduction. Wow. Wow, so Light Sanctuary can be an incredible damage reduction area effect if you build for strength. Really, really, really good. Wow, okay. Oh, goddamn. Now that I've done some EDA and I've begun to, I don't know, appreciate things which, keep me alive, right? Like that really sings to me in a way that it wouldn't have done a week ago. Okay. Again, we're unranked at the minute, so most of the modding I'm doing here will be changed at some point, just because of the nature of it not being, like, I'm not in a good position. We'll put Dreamer's Bond in. I like Dreamer's Bond. And then I do think we're going to probably go down the route of putting quite a few strength things in. So we can put in an Intensify, for example. Overextended for the range. I mean, we could do to make Light's Sanctuary bigger, but it's not a big cost. It's only 50. The drain is only 50. I do love Blind Rage, and then I just normally put something in to help with the efficiency, like Streamline. I guess we could put that there for now. But no, I'll probably put Equilibrium there. Equilibrium. Like that. So that then means that the damage reduction by Light's Sanctuary... just a little backseaty question. At what point does Light Sanctuary reach its maximum size? Because it says the duration is 25 seconds. How quickly does it reach its maximum potency? Is it right at the end of the duration? Oh, no idea. I get the damage reduction's capped because you can see there that it's not going any further. Probably the end. So if you had a duration mod, I'd be happy to find out alongside you. This ability is hidden for me, like 5 seconds maybe. It's quick. Okay, I was going to say, because if it's at the end of the duration mods are going to be to your detriment because you're just going to be waiting longer to get the benefit. Okay, let's go into duration then. Not narrow-minded. I'll take a hit to the range. Not really. Let's go for primed continuity, and then we'll put that down there to get some more back. Yeah, that's good. So that way, Light's Sanctuary lasts almost 40 seconds. We can increase that further by doing things like Near's Hatred, which then brings us up to 42 seconds, which is pretty good. That's not too shabby. I think I'd probably then try and go into a little bit more efficiency before we wrap this up. Or we just go in for range. Pop a stretch in somewhere. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, before we go, there's one more thing I need to do. And again, I know that this is not final. We're just waiting to level up so I can demo things. Do we have any arcanes that give us slash? No. No. Okay, what do I think would work well for Orion then? Anything that deals in radius, range, Molt Reconstruct. Nope, that's not it. Arcane Bellicose. Let's sort by rank. Arcane Bellicose. Gain 6% ability strength for every 250 max health. Molt Augmented on kill. More ability strength. I mean, that's always going to be good. Arcane Crepuscular. While invisible. Arcane Truculence when gaining 3,000 or more Overguard threshold. Arcane Warmth. Arcane Camisado. Arcane Fury on critical. Oh, okay. That's pretty good. I like Arcane Fury because we're going to have an increased critical hit rate when we're using our ultimate. And if we want to go into using our scythes, which I would say is probably something we'd want to do considering they are our sort of marquee weapons, we could probably go into going for like a melee build. Crepuscular works with their 4th. While invisible, gain 25% ability strength, but we're not invisible in our 4th. Unless the person who's not attacking goes invisible. No, none of them affect range, unfortunately. Hot Shot, I think we've got Hot Shot. Arcane Hot Shot. Gain 1% weapon critical chance for 10 seconds. Hold on. Before we do anything else, I have more Voss for. Should we go gamble? I'm on that streamer client, guys, and it's worked out so far. Let's go see if we can get a couple more. I don't know how much more Voss 4 I have, but we should be able to buy a few. Here we go. Gambler Endy is coming back. I swear if you get Hot Shot again.
We've had a few. What news of the
Specifically,
arcanes.
Was it this one?
The very name smacks of sorcery. Asking for trouble in my view.
5 more to go. Will we get Hot Shot? Come on! All right. So we got 1. We've got to count to 6. 1, 2. Nope. 3. Nope. 4. It's not looking good. 5. Yes! Come on! 6. I'll take it. I'll take it. Get in.
Company is always welcome.
Just that easy, guys. Just that easy. What a stream. Yeah. I do think that means we can now get our rank up with Hot Shot, which is what I was hoping would happen. So if we go back over here, go to upgrade, go to arcane, Hot Shot, upgrade. Yes, please. Yes. Just like that. It's that easy. It's that easy, guys. Just get the arcane. Just get the arcane. Gain 2% weapon critical strike for 10 seconds when using abilities to inflict heat status effect on enemies. Maximum 50 stacks. Now, the thing is, am I dealing heat with anything? Is it with our ult? How are we dealing? Oh, with Event Horizon. Yes, okay. I see. That makes sense. Okay. And then I think the other one... I mean, I'll probably just go for Molt Augmented, to be honest, just because it's a classic, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not too fussed. And then if we go over to Sirius, I don't know if he has anything that deals heat damage. Let's have a look. Yes, he does. Arcane. Hot shot. And then I'll probably do Molt Augmented as well. There you go. Man, I'm like flabbergasted by his hot shot luck. Guys, it's just... You either get it or you don't. Sorry, guys. Okay. Let's go level up somewhere. Where am I going to go to level up? That's a great question. I don't know. I probably will play solo for the first mission just so I can have a go. It's... was it Hydron? I think Hydron's the one people recommend. Let's go do Hydron. I know Sanctuary Onslaught is also quite good, but I like the format of this level. But again, we're coming here just to level up because I'm unranked at the minute and I need to unlock all of my abilities.
Our position has been compromised. Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
Vectis Prime. I'm yet to get the brand new Incarnon, but I'm prepping for it. Goodbye, Rubico. Hello, Vectis. I will say no more for now. Okay, let's see how much damage this deals. I mean, it died. That's all that matters, right? I just want to see how easy this feels to play. So, holding 1. Okay. I mean, that feels pretty good. Hell yeah. Okay, okay. I mean, it feels pretty quick. I do think having the yellow shards is helping massively, by the way. Like, the casts feel so quick. Like, really, really quick. Wow. Like, you can just spam 1 and slash to heaven and back. How do you join the giveaway? If you're on the YouTube, there should be a pinned link at the top of chat. And if you click that, it will take you to the giveaway page. Annoyingly, and I'm really sorry there's no other, way of doing this, I think you need to have a Twitch account to be able to enter. But that's to me, it's the fairest way for me to do it. It's something which is very easy to police and look at. So
on it like paint.
Again, I wish there was an easier way, but for me, it's the best way of doing it. We've got Event Horizon! Okay, I'm excited to try this. So, hold on. Maybe not the best area to try this. So, Event Horizon. Yo! And then if I pull it back. And then push it this way. Oh, wait, no. That's pretty cool. But I probably should also be, like, trying to deal with things over here. Woohoo! Oh, guys, this is sick. Come on. Come on. Oh, this is like all of my dreams come true. And then knock it that way. Oh, guys, come on. Oh, this is just sick. Look at them. They're all stuck in there. All right, bring it back. And then knock it this way. Come on. That's so cool.
Extraction is ready. Unless
Go
you defend
again.
more of
Come
the
on.
enemy.
Right.
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
I'm happy with the range. I'm happy with how it feels. I do think the Archon shards, great shout on the cast speed. So again, cast it, pull them in, pull it back, and then wait for it to come back, and then go that way. Can I pull it back to me here? Let's see. I think it's on its way. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Yeah, this is just simply great. There's so many things I'm not using. I'm not using the Jade stuff. If we now swap over here, we can put the shield up. Summon that again. Pull it back. I've got the shield down, which is doing some work. Pull you back towards me, and then knock you that way. Yeah, this is a bit of me. This is great. Don't get me wrong, I like Foley. This is on a whole other level, though. And I've not even used the ultimate yet, because we're still waiting for that to come in. This seems so overwhelming, but also so freaking cool. I think the build I want to work on is... Are Archon shards permanent socketing? No. A lot of people might choose to use them permanently, but you can remove them for a very small cost. Like a really small cost. To me, I think it's well worth it. Oh, somehow fell in the crack. Pull it back. Knock it that way. I'm so torn on whether or not it's just better to run around in one, because I've gone so hard into strength and stuff, and I can spam the one so easily. The range on the 3 as well on Sirius, like, look how big that is. Running a defense mission with this up is piece of cake. I'm a bit underwhelmed by the damage of my 3. I kind of wish it did more. Like, that Blitz Eximus may as well have not taken any damage at all just then. Like, it did very little to actually damage them. So I guess the 3 really is more for just, you know, getting everything grouped together to then nuke down. As someone who started playing and watching Warframe this week, I am so lost. Don't worry. If I watched this when I was new, I probably would have shit myself. I'm not even kidding. I'd have gone back to playing something simple. I'd be like, oh, this is enough. This is understandable. When you play the game more, this will all make sense. But if you are new, then yeah, it's gonna look a little bit chaotic. I've only been playing the game, if you can believe it, 8 months. It's only been 8 months since I started playing this game. And it is not super easy to learn, but it will come to you faster than you can probably imagine. Where is the enemy? I saw them on the minimap. There's one there. Where's the other one? Oh. Ah, he's dead. Good. Nice.
Reinforcements available. Do you
Go again?
choose to leave now or continue fighting? Keep fighting.
8 months. Yeah. End of October.
Will appear soon.
End of October, we started playing it. And again, the crazy thing is, I never played Warframe thinking people would actually want to watch it. I played Warframe because a handful of people in my community had sort of banged on about how I'd enjoy it. And I just fancied shooting stuff. So I thought, oh, you know, maybe we'll finally try Warframe. And yeah, the rest is history. So turns out I really liked shooting stuff. I'm meant to be using my new abilities, and I'm just using the Vectus. Why am I like this? Why am I like this? Stop it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a one-trick pony. Oh, that's my brother I shot. My bad. Sorry. Sorry, bro. Oh, we've got our ultimate. Should we try it? I've got no stars at the moment. Let's see. Yo! Guys, come on. That is what I'm talking about. Hold on. Waiting for enemies to spawn. Any second. Any second. Get Clem. Yeah! That is so overkill. That poor guy. And then one more. The big final attack. Yo! Holy shit. Come on. That was so cool. Can the radius on 4 be modded? I believe so. I believe so. But I think it depends on which one is attacking. That's the problem. Not that it's a problem, you know what I mean. Okay. And knock it that way. Is he out there? There you go. I've seen a lot of people ask, by the way, like, how are they going to handle priming them? As if, like, they've not done that before with other Warframes that don't really have the greatest canonical explanation for it. I imagine it'll just be they primed each other through all of their fighting, allowed them to become the greatest versions of themselves or something. That would make the most sense. Yeah, I wish my 3 did more. And this is where the whole modding will come into play, right? Is, can I find ways to make my 3 deal more damage? Because I feel like at the moment, with how I've modded and the power of my abilities, it's almost just better for me to keep shooting things as opposed to modding. I know I'm not using all of the abilities to the best of my ability, so, you know, I get it. There's one more enemy. This is going to be so overkill. 1.5 million. And he was just about to clock out and go back to his family. Damn. Yeah, Lavos primed himself. I had many conversations with people about that in the comments because I queried how certain things could be primed. And a lot of people were like, oh, no, like, the Prime version is the original. And I said, no, actually, that's not always the case. Take a look at Revenant, take a look at Lavos. And the amount of people who were like, oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. So, poor Grenier got caught in the middle of brothers fighting for the last chocolate. Right, let's have a look at our upgrades very quickly before I continue. So, I'm happy with the range and the damage. I would like a bit more. Like, this seems fine for now. I do think it's just going to be a case of just playing around with it more. And seeing how we get on. Let's try a different level. Let's try a different level. I don't know which one specifically we can go to. I mean, we could do Sanctuary Onslaught. It's been a while. Let me go into public. Yeah, we'll have a go. We'll go do a little Onslaught. Kayata, how dare you do me so dirty? What if, hear me out, Jade Prime will come from a quest about an alt... yeah. I could also see Jade Prime maybe being a... maybe Jade Prime is created through the unity and the love of Sirius, Orion, and Sorin. Like, maybe the three of them and their memories from that is forged to Jade Prime or something. Again, they've got so much potential. They're, you know, there's so many different ways in which they can rationalize it within the canon. We'll have to wait and see. Jade Prime in a wedding dress? Well, no, Noodle Broth, that's what we're saying. Primes aren't the original versions of the Warframes. That's never been the case. While it is, in many cases, how it works, unless you are, you might just be trolling me because of the conversation we just had. But that isn't always the case. There are many cases which explain that that is, in fact, the opposite. Bloody hell. Okay, well, let's swap. Get the feathers going. We'll put a little thing in the middle here. And then let's go into our ultimate. With, well, oh, we would have had the ultimate ready. Never mind. Let's get a little bit more energy and we'll try again. Prime Warframes, to my understanding, are just the original Warframes blinged up with Auric and Gold. Again, no, not the case. Yes, it is the case in many cases, but it's not the rule. Some of them, but not all. Yeah, exactly. I love that everyone in here is playing as Orion and Sirius. Just a bunch of us flying around. Oh dear. Neon Phoenix, someone said it was, and you are right. Yeah, it's exactly the same, isn't it? As the star chart. One big constellation. But no, if anyone wants to learn more about Warframes priming themselves, go and see Vardsia at Maru's Bazaar. She explains in some detail how that's not the case. And that some Warframes have, in fact, primed themselves through other means, like Lavos. Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? I can't do any combos because things are dying too quickly, so I've left Event Horizon for the time being. I'm just gonna slash instead. I'm still instantly killing everything, so it's fine. Yeah, that's nice. An ND lore video on the many ways of priming a Warframe would clear this up. When I'm in the new office, which is soon, I really want to try and poll the community almost and see what people are most interested in learning more about. There's so many facets to the world of Warframe, and I don't really know what people want to know more about. Like, I could make a really in-depth video on the history of the Orokin Empire. How many people like give a shit about that? Is the question. How many people are interested in that versus how many people are interested in learning how proto-frames came into being? And you might think, oh, that's an easy answer. A lot of people know that. But again, just having read the comments on my playthrough, some things which you might assume everyone knows, I think you'd be surprised. We need to convince Boss Man. Ah, Tiger, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, I bloody loved Constellations. I thought it was fantastic. I said earlier that I'm planning on getting the Jade Shadows Constellations poster they've got available on their merch store. And if you haven't looked already, hashtag not sponsored, please do have a look. They've got 2 cool t-shirts and a poster. If you want to risk it, and, you know, if you live overseas, away from Canada, like myself, maybe wait for Tennocon? DE, don't listen to me say that. Wait for Tennocon, because they'll no doubt have more merch then, and that way you can consolidate your purchase. Because the shipping will obviously be, you know, shared between the orders. So. Hey, Lemon, thank you for the 5 gifted. Can we please... And I should have done this earlier, but I've been so distracted by everything else. Can we please get some belated happy birthdays in chat? Because yesterday was the misidentified Lemon's birthday. And she is pretty great. So can we please get some love in chat for Lemon? Happy belated birthday, Lemon. Sorry I wasn't live yesterday to celebrate it properly. Oh, I need to run those as well. I'm holding my own. Look at that. I'm dealing damage and stuff.
Proceed immediately.
Dark Cookie, I appreciate that. And it's again, it was a real shock to the system because I'm very lucky that I've been doing this as a job for 7 years. Am I hugely successful? Do I drive a Lamborghini? No. But I put food on the table. I can look after my family. I'm raising a son. You know, like, I'm very, very, very fortunate to be in the position I'm in. But I don't play games or stream games with any ulterior motive in mind. Like, I didn't think, oh yeah, Warframe. That'll be a good one to do a playthrough on. That'll get the people tuning in. Especially because of the way I play games and because of my notion or preconceived idea that, you know, people who like Warframe would only be interested in the high-octane gameplay. So, you know, me deciding to play it at a snail's pace and, you know, comb over the levels and make notes on the story, and never in a million years did I think there was an audience for that. So, you know, to not only find out that there is, but to be so welcomed by the community as a whole, even now, like, I pinch myself. I just can't believe it. I cannot believe it. It is such a privilege. And don't think it's lost on me. It's, yeah. It is amazing. We got the high up the heads for sure. You inspired me to fill out my codex? Hell yeah, there we go. On night, one day. Yeah, one day, buddy. Okari, he's yeah, he's all right. He's a nice guy. Nejamain, yeah, no, it was wild to me, the amount of things that I read like a tooltip at the modding bench, and the amount of comments I had from people like, holy shit, I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know that's how that worked. I've got 1,000 hours and I never knew that. It was quite surreal. It was really, really quite surreal. Andy, how could you? Yeah, he's okay. Well, Locke, I appreciate that as well, buddy. Thank you. But yeah, I'm looking forward to, obviously, I mean, I'll share something which is a bit more, not personal, but something that I've been thinking about. A lot of people hyped me up and said, oh yeah, this guy would be great at making lore videos. Yeah, I can do that. And I will do that. Like, I'd like to. I really want to try and share my love of Warframe's world and universe with people. But in the same breath, I don't really want to pigeonhole myself. Like, while there might be success there, if I just exclusively start making Warframe lore videos, I think part of the, part of what I enjoy and I think people like is to be introduced to new stories and to be able to have that appreciation given to another game. Which is why I'm looking forward to playing Cyberpunk soon. Episode 1 for that, spoiler, next Friday. I think episode 1 of the Cyberpunk playthrough will be live next Friday. I'm looking forward to that. And being able to, like, comb over other games with a fine-tooth comb and make my Obsidian documents and take my notes, and I think it would be a shame for me and for people who obviously like what I do for me to not do that. So, yeah. I'm trying to juggle that at the minute and figure out how I want to do it. Hey, Iron Spider, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Will the Cyberpunk playthrough be daily? I'd like it to be, but I'm not going to promise anything right now. It depends on a few things. We'll see. We will see. And of course, I'll state again, because I get a comment asking this nearly every day, I will do like a proper lore-focused playthrough of Soulframe. But I'm waiting for something. Whether that's 1.0, whether that's beta, I don't know. But I've just been told by people who love Soulframe to wait a little bit. And I'm in no rush. I'm in no rush. Trying to build up my stars again. Hold on. Oh, I'm gonna run out. Never mind. I'm ecstatic for it. I cannot wait. Cannot wait to try it. It's gonna be fun. Okay. Big AoE. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. This is so cool. I think this is how I want to build them. I want to be focused on casting the ult as many times as possible. So, like, to get the stars, especially with the increased attack speed, like, let's see how quickly I can do it. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then straight into ult again. Like, that is so easy to do. I think that's the play. Ult spamming. Yeah, that is super simple. Okay, so this is where playing them helps. Especially when it comes to trying to figure out how you'd like to build something. Like, do I now want to go into precision intensify? Maybe. Maybe I do, but I feel like that might be a bit of a waste. Oh, I know Soulframe is very different to Warframe and it's its own separate thing. Don't worry, I'm aware. I'm not expecting like Warframe 2. But everything I've seen of the game looks like my cup of tea. I've said before in a video that if I were to have seen Soulframe and Warframe side by side, 9 times out of 10, I'd probably go for Soulframe. Like, if I'd never played Warframe and never played Soulframe, I was just, like, looking at them, you know, judging a book by its cover. Soulframe looks like the sort of game I would salivate over. So, I'm excited to try it out when I do get there. Okay, did I get level 30? I did. Okay, good. You get drowned in the sea of comments telling you to play Warframe. What would you class play in Soulframe? To let you know again how little I know about the game, I don't know what the classes are. Nor do I want to know. Not to be rude. Bye, Russ. Love your video. Are you watching, Russ? Yo, Andy, love your videos? Paid chatter? What is happening here? What's happening? Classes in Soulframe? That's crazy. My friend who got me into the game sadly kind of rushed me through to catch up as soon as possible, so your playthrough really helped me see a ton of the smaller lore bits I missed because of that. That's a shame, Vexilia. That's a real shame. Yeah, I think... I think a lot of games suffer from that, where players, friends more so, will ask you to play the game they play, you know, especially in the MMO genre, and want to ferry you to the end game as quickly as possible. You know, and it happens in Final Fantasy, it happens in WoW. I don't really see a reason for it in Warframe. I don't think it takes that long to get caught up either. Like, I know the game's been out for 13 years and there's a lot of content in it, but, like, this isn't that much. When you think about the investment you need to give to other MMOs to be caught up, this isn't that much. You could get caught up on this game in a couple weeks if you played it at a normal pace. It's precisely videos like yours that helps players like me catch up. It happened because my friend wanted me to catch up the second dream. I would like to get your reaction to it. Yeah, I can see that being a problem. The big thing is getting to second dream. A lot of nodes between there and Deimos. I played mine solo in some public stuff since 2018 and I caught up within like 2 months because of school. A Destiny streamer who's doing a completely blind, no tips, no spoilers, caught up to the Hex in like 2 to 3 weeks. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. Today's sortie is 2 rescue in a row. Is it really? I'll quickly investigate that. Then I'm going to try and make a build around the ultimate sortie. No, it's Defection Rescue Spy. Defection Rescue Spy.
That's all from me.
The anti-star. Yeah, earlier we were talking about that. If I quickly show you my Obsidian document. So this is my Constellations tab. And for those of you who were here earlier, sorry to show you again, but for those of you who didn't catch it, we made notes on Constellations. You know, I've got all of these here. So the continuation of Hunhow's story. These are the things I loved. Hunhow's story, Stalker finding peace, the introduction, Umbra being introduced, Pontus Tower, the Garuda lore, infiltrating our ship, the lore implications, of which there are many, many lore implications, which are just very nonchalantly given to us, which is great. Really enjoyed these things. And then the things that I would have liked to have seen more of, more given to the story of Sirius and Orion. Like to know more about their timelines, and the same applies to Vina and Ryoku. Just to know more about what happened in the 20 years between now and then. And I mentioned earlier, I think a really neat way to maybe introduce something like that would have been in the form of data logs, like what we saw with the Garuda lore fragments. Like if you could board their railjacks, and maybe in like the crew quarter section, there's a diary you could read where Vina maybe talks about her situation with Orion, and Ryoku could maybe talk about his situation with Sirius. I don't know. Just stuff like that. Like that'd be fun. Just like a lore log to go over what happened in their respective timelines. But that's it. Hold up, what are those collapsible listings you're using? So if you do this, and then this, admittedly you have to have the title for it to work, but that will then allow you to then bring it down. So yeah, I love Obsidian. It's great. It's really good. Anyway, let's quickly see if we can figure out a better way to build the ultimate. So if we get to upgrade Precision Intensify, start again, Precision Intensify. This gives 90% ability strength for your 4th ability. But I wouldn't be able to rock that and Umbral Intensify, which I would say is fine. Yeah. To me, that's quite nice. Because what that means is, so if we put Umbral Intensify back in, that's quite a considerable upgrade to damage. And it saves us a little bit of capacity as well to put something here, which I really like. We could also unlock this slot here. I've inadvertently used platinum. I didn't want to, but I have. We can put another aura in. What aura would fit the job, I wonder? I don't know. I wonder if I have anything else. Because this is what I want to be spamming. I just want to spam Celestial Clash. Inflict colossal collateral blast damage. I don't know if I've got anything that maybe... Do I have anything in here that works off of blast? No. Any other strength thing that I can pop in? Augur Secrets. We could put Augur Secrets in slot 1. That does also then buff Augur Reach to give me more shields when I cast my abilities. And then that means my ultimate is dealing 36,000 damage. Just raw on the display. Only need 82% defense reduction since you have corrosive... Oh, yeah. Good point. Good point. The thing is, I'm still going to want to build into strength. Anything that can make you spam more, like casting speed. Well, I'm using 2... yellow Tau Forged shards. So, use the other as a gun platform for enemies not affected by their 4th. Well, the thing is, as I understand it, and maybe this is... Okay. My question is, and I'll write it because it might be easier. So, when I use my 4... ... as Orion, does it matter when I swap to Sirius? Or do I use Sirius's mods when Sirius is the one attacking? Or does it only matter who casts it? That's my question. So say I cast the 4 when I'm Orion, does everything thereon only affect or only get affected by his mods? Or does it swap as we go in and out? Only the stats of the casting frame matter for the 4. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, thanks, guys. Awesome. Because that was my main question. That was my main question. Was I wasn't sure if when I attack with the other person, their mods take over. Rain, hello. Arrived just in time for the Blue Frame War Prince note-taking sesh. Rain, how are you, man? It is good to see you. How are you getting on, Rain? What are you playing at the minute? What's on the docket at Rain HQ? Streamline ability efficiency. I think we still need to rock some of these because for me to be able to cast my 4, I need energy. So equilibrium, I need it. Streamline, still need it. I'm happy with everything else. I'm super happy with everything else. I can put another aura mod in. Aura mod can only be... Oh, it's the Exilus slot. I'm such a fool. Sorry. Ignore me. How embarrassing. What a noob. What would I put in here then? in the Exilis slot. Is there anything I'd want in there? You don't need Streamline because swapping gives 45% efficiency. Well, I would wager I do still need it. Like, having more efficiency is just good for me. Anyway, I'll have to see what my energy looks like after the next round. Like, if I realize I'm struggling, then I'll keep it. And if it seems like I just have more than I need, then I'll swap it. Cunning Drift gives slightly more range. I don't have Cunning Drift. Aerodynamic? No, I've got Aero Vantage. Oh, wait a damn second. Airborne? Aviator? Reduced damage by 10% while airborne. Yo. That's gotta be pretty cheeky. If I'm gonna be in my 4 for a lot of the time. May I offer a Cunning Drift as a tribute? Where would I get it? I don't mind farming it myself. 45 plus 30 gets you to efficiency cap, so it's fine. More would be a waste. I see. It's from Lua? Okay. Lua puzzles. Okay. I'll sort that then. I'll get that sorted. I don't think there's anything else I can do here to save myself any points. No. No. I could pop a former in, but I'm not too bothered about that. Yeah, Aviator seems really nice, because I can get that to 40%. Just taking 40% less damage when I'm ulting feels great. You're almost always invulnerable during the 4. Oh, because you're constantly swapping, aren't you? And there's a temporary invulnerability when you swap. True. Yeah. That's a good point. Shit. Very smart. Very smart. Okay. So not Aviator then. Not Aviator. What I want? Again, I've only got 6 capacity to play with. Mobilize, parkour velocity, aero vantage, less gravity while aim gliding, sprint speed, motor signal, piercing step, rending turn, enemy sense, streamlined form, more slide and less friction. I don't really know. I wonder if heavy impact would affect it when you leave your ult and you hit the ground. You think power drift? I don't have power drift. Where do you get that? Where do you get power drift? Why do I not have these mods? What am I doing? Bro? Don't bro me, bro. From Lua challenges? Shit. I'm gonna have to do some Lua challenges, huh? Get broed, all the drift. Yeah, crap. Okay. No, I'm okay. Don't worry about giving one as tribute. I'm okay. I'm okay. I appreciate you, offering. Thank you. I'm gonna put mobilize in. That'll do. That'll do. Okay. If I go into serious, we should have a little bit more wiggle room here as well. What would I want to put in here, I wonder? Again, I'm super happy with where we're at with Orion. Probably duration. I think that's probably where I would go in order to hopefully keep these things going for longer. So maybe an Augur message? Just to make sure that the Light Sanctuary lasts longer is all. I think that's all I really want. Let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. I don't know where I'm going to go to try this out. I mean, maybe we go and do like stage defense? Let's go do stage defense. Let's give it a go. Well, no, I want to try it in like a real world scenario. That was weird. I was on the bike as Sirius. Is that strange? Why was I on the bike as Sirius when my primary is Orion? Interesting. Is there a stage defense? Assassination? There is. And I've been joined by Warframe Lich. Warframe Lich, welcome. We're going in. It's a known bug. If anyone else would like to join, you can join me. Go on then. Warframe Lich just hopped in. I respect the hustle. Dragonan, I'm well. How are you? Good to see you. I hope you're well today. Oh, really, Demonic Grub? Yeah, I'll get them all in time. I'm going over to the Solstice Square defense mission because I feel like it'd be a good place to try. Where's it gone? There it is. Has that just swapped over? I swear it was... I think that just swapped over. WTF BBQ? What? 30 seconds ago. Frame is good. I am not... Like, who are the build people? Brozyme? The tactical potato? I'm not them guys. They're good at building things. This is like watching a chimpanzee with a nail and a hammer. I'm enjoying it. Okay? It's fun. But ask those guys what they think.
How noble.
Don't you just love Hulvania? It's so good. Whoa! Hell yeah.
They wouldn't let you come to us. So we're gonna play this thing so loud that every corner of the city hears the sound of our resistance.
Good. That's what I want to hear. Okay, let's go drop my... Oh, I see we've got other people playing it as well. I'll drop the node here. Then we want to swap back. Then I'll probably cast one of these, suck them in, and then come over here. And then we want to ult. And now we just patiently wait for a bunch of enemies to spawn. And then I will destroy them with Hellfire. Hulvania is gorgeous. And again, I really hope we get to see more interesting tile sets like this with the Tau update.
Will not stand for it.
So yeah, for those joining in now, the way I've decided to build them is to focus on their ultimate. So to cast as many abilities as quickly as I can, get into ult, and then I can just left click and right click and things explode very, very quickly.
We don't have any room in this band for hack wannabes.
It is so satisfying because you explode everything around you. So on this, I've got 2 more casts, one right click and then another right click. Wait until you see what the last one looks like. It is huge. It deals so much damage. Okay. I want there to be a crowd of enemies. Here we go. Can I get over there? That's kind of it for the time being. But just to show you, so from 0, I'm going to see how quickly we can get back into Ultimate with all of the stars in the constellation, okay? So starting now. And again, I'm not going to be doing this to the speed that other people will. And that's it. We're back in ult. And you can do that faster. I did that relatively slowly. I think there's a lot of room there to just like constantly sit in ult. And you can double tap dodge when you're in your ultimate like this to move around faster.
We could dip into our back
which is fun. Jason, welcome. Yeah, all is... I probably should follow them. Let me slowly descend. Whee! That's so funny. But this is where I think this will maybe sing even more down here. The thing is, I'm with a team that is killing things very quickly. So, you know, like, there's very few enemies for me to kill. I think this would look way more impressive in a solo situation, exploding whole screens worth of enemies. But at the moment, again, I'm with such a good team. By the time anything spawns, they die like that.
Shut down this shameful insolence at once.
Yeah, they're dead. Anything over here? Oh, here we go, here we go. Nice. Again, we'll build that back up. So 1, 2, 3, AoE. And then ult again. Yeah, I don't need the efficiency mod. You guys were right. The efficiency mod is so overkill. But this is where I like the whole build crafting thing. As a noob, yeah, I'm an amateur. But what I enjoy about it is, you know, you enter a level, and I think just by playing, you can very quickly realize what your build is lacking and what you may have overcompensated for. Like, even for me, with my limited to non-existent knowledge, you know, I know what I need to do. Okay, drop the aura here. Put my buff back on.
Hear that? There's still one more.
And we'll do one more. There you go. Is there not a streamline frame? Corrupt Dragon, I'd agree with that as well. Like, it wasn't until I got the Steel Path that I really cared about my builds too much. You can kind of get away with anything when you're in non-Steel Path. But you enter Steel Path, and then you really have to begin understanding the relationship between things like heat viral, for example. Like, you don't have to care about any of that until Steel Path. You can, but there's no need to. Bugsy Boy, yeah, I think so. I think I'd agree with that. I think there's something really satisfying about building something yourself. But if you're not that way inclined, then yeah, it's whatever, isn't it? That's where you just Google best Jaya build, best Gauss build. Which, by the way, I've made my own sort of Gauss build. It probably is something people have done already, but I've equipped energized munitions. I had a really embarrassing moment earlier this week. I was doing the Archon hunt, and I went to go and kill, what are they called? You know the final mission on an Archon hunt, and you have to go and get the helmet? The Deacons! Let me lower the volume. So I did an Archon hunt earlier this week, and I played as Gauss, and I went to go and get one of the Deacons. And, you know, understandably, people left me to go kill the Deacon by myself. So I go over to the Deacon. I'm in red line. I rat-a-tat-tat with my Exceltra. I run out of ammo. My secondary weapon was an unmodded gun because I just completely forgot to fix it. I couldn't kill the Deacon. I had nowhere to get ammo. And I felt naked and afraid. Like, I couldn't kill the Deacon. I had no ammo. I was running around meleeing things, trying desperately to get any ammo I could possibly find. And I thought, this isn't working. So I went back to the drawing board. I thought, oh, maybe I can go to the helmet for maybe there's an ability I can take from another Warframe to help me with that. And then I discovered energized munitions, which I've never used before, but it gives you ability efficiency, or sorry, ammo efficiency. And because I was going into duration, I get 15 seconds of ammo efficiency, like an insane amount of ammo efficiency on a fully redlined Gauss. And what that means is I can just spray my Exceltra Prime and I never have to reload it. And if I do, by that point, there will be an ammo drop. It is so good. Like, it's probably the happiest I've been with a build that I've made, even though I imagine other people have done it, because I don't think it's rocket science. But, like, me making that decision and having that, like, bit of emergent build gameplay was really satisfying. Regardless of whether or not it's been done before, I figured it out by myself, and that was, like, really fun. And, you know, I figured it out myself because I played Gauss in a situation where I realized, oh, I'd really benefit from having more ammo efficiency. I'll figure that out. I've never used a Spectre. Like, if there is an achievement for using a Spectre in this game, I don't have it. I've never used one. And it isn't because I'm stubborn. It's because I'm stubborn. No, I just don't think I've ever crafted one. I just don't think I've ever crafted one. Maybe I have, but I've never actively gone to use one. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think realizing a problem in a build then leads you to a point where you can understand what needs to be done to make it better. Obviously. Like, I imagine a lot of you are nodding your heads like, yeah, duh. But yeah, for me, it was really satisfying getting to that point. You should try out Spectres. Dante's Spectre is free survivability. Oh, does he just cast 2, basically? For Overguard. No, Overshields, right? Is it? Yeah, I think it's Overshields with him, or over... I don't know. I still need to, like, sit down and remind myself of the difference between the two. Overguard, thank you. I'm stuck. Like, I'm actually stuck. Well. Try unstuck. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know how I got in there. We're not going to talk about that. The brothers got put in timeout. Oh, dear. We're on the final wave. I daren't even look at my damage. I feel like I've definitely... Damage dealt, 40%. Guys, hello. That's not bad, considering we're in a good team.
Let's give it another go.
Temple Blueprint! Yes! Oh, get in! I don't have Temple yet. Yo! Get your dad a fancy, super expensive GPU. Am I bugged here? I can't ascend. Oh, I think something's happened. I cannot left click. I cannot fly. I'm just stuck like this. I've got something stuck in me as well. Let's unstuck again. Swap, like weapon swap? I can't swap. I'm left click. There we go. Something fixed it. I don't know what. I don't know what. We got there. Cool. Today we're learning Temple. Ivara will be played later. As part of being a Warframe creator, I did get all of the new augments. And I did read Temples, and it kind of sounds like Temple is Guitar Hero, and I'm kind of in for that. Like, I've got no idea how Temple plays at all. Kind of, yeah. Why have I not played Temple before? Temple is Guitar Hero? Damn. I need to play Temple. Temple is Metronome, so much fun. Why haven't you played Mirage? Because I've not done the fucking quest. That's why. I need to, and I know I do. I'm sorry. I'll do better. Get Mirage, best weapon platform. In RS2, yeah, true, true. Go do it, Hugo. My name's not Hugo. Stop it.
Ready, a screamer.
Ready, a screamer. The thing is, I'm saving the quests for a video, but I feel like if I just uploaded like me doing the Mirage quest on a random Thursday afternoon, people ain't gonna give a shit. Like, I'll probably do them on a stream at some point, and then maybe I can just point people in that direction. Oh yeah, the draw will be in 5 minutes. So we'll probably do this well, we'll do a couple more waves, and then we'll do the draw. If it's 1 minute after the draw time, please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me. But we'll do it pretty soon. Pretty soon. I'm not baiting you or anything. Yeah, if you guys haven't already, do make sure to type !ticket. If you are curious as to whether or not you have or haven't already typed ticket, if you type it again, it will tell you you can't buy another one. It's 1 ticket per person. Subs don't get more. It is open to everyone. You may have followed today. You may unfollow in 6 minutes. You can win. There is no rule. Anyone can enter. I will say I am loving this alt-focused build for them. I thought I'd be way more into using the black hole and like pulling that around, but I mean, attacking enemies by clashing with your brother in a cosmic duel is just too cool. Cyan, if you won now, that would be that'd be something. You do need to have a Twitch account. I am sorry to those on YouTube. It's just the easiest way for me to handle this. I am looking for alternatives in the future, but you should be able to enter without even opening the Twitch website if you click the link at the top of the YouTube chat. It should be pinned. If that doesn't work, I am sorry, but again, it's the best solution I could come up with to make it as easy as possible for as many people to enter. So again, hopefully it does work. If it doesn't, my deepest apologies. Is he your brother if he's the same person, though? Well, yeah. Because it's like having a twin. In you know, like a cosmic twin. It is a bit funky. I get what you're saying. Yeah, good luck, everyone. I will state for the record, I don't have Prime access. I'm going to be very jealous of whoever wins. And you do get the full pack. It's like the big one with the plat and the 90-day boosters and all of the accessories and stuff. So it's a big one. It's a big, spicy one. And hopefully many of you on Twitch have been able to enjoy getting the drops as well. I also need to get them at some point. Hellflan, yeah, we had a chat about that earlier. What's the time? We'll do one more, and then I'll do the draw. Neon Phoenix, deal. If you win now, I just want you to know that's going to look very sus. pumpkin pie. Okay. I don't have my stream open, though. Maybe I should have done. I think there is one other Warframe thing you can do at the minute, and it's on Discord. I think there's a Discord quest. I've not done it myself yet, but apparently you can get like a really cool Constellations themed Discord avatar frame. But I've never done a Discord quest, so don't ask me how you do that. It gives you a glyph frame. I see. You don't have to have Discord. Is it Nitro to do that, right? You can just get one. Connor, yeah, I want to grab some. Oh, you only get it for 2 months? That's a shame. I wonder why it doesn't stay around for longer. Oh, if you have Nitro, then you can keep it. I see. Money? I mean, yeah, that's probably the answer. You keep it permanently if you have Nitro. I see. Steak, yeah. I got you. I mean, look at this speed to get the ultimate back going again. That is crazy. Okay, we're going to do this last wave, and then we'll do the draw. And again, I do stress the reason you guys need to be here when I draw it is I need you to give me your name, like, that I send it to. That's the only reason. I'd love to say there's, like, some deep social media strategy going on here, but it's literally just so you can give me your name. And the problem is, if someone enters and then they don't give me their name, I can't give it to them. So maybe that's something I can look at fixing in the future. On a future giveaway, maybe I can find a way for people to enter their name and then they can just disappear. That'd be ideal. Rue, have you entered? I'm guessing you would get it for free. If you don't, please enter. It's only 1 ticket per person, yeah. Do exclamation mark ticket in the chat, Skullforge. You gotta grind it out? My man. Yeah, same. Okay. It is time. It is time. I cannot believe I got the temple blueprint. Heck yeah. Nice. I don't know if I have other temple bits. I will investigate. Okay. Let me go back to base. Let me go. Okay. Last call for the giveaway. I'm going to give you... I'm going to do like a dev short thing. Let me get a timer on my phone. Clock. How do I do it? Stopwatch? Okay. When that gets to 1 minute, I'm ending it. There are 607 entrants. 609. More people are entering. The moment this hits 1 minute, though, that's it. The giveaway is going to be closed, so good luck. I already farmed 2 Styanax primes and sold them for 140 plat each. That's pretty good. That's real nice. That's not bad. I am waiting. I'm being so cheeky. I'm waiting for a 75% off coupon before I buy any plat. I've had a couple 50s. I've been tempted. But I'm penny pinching at the minute. So I'm being a bit cheeky and waiting. Okay. Oh. The moment that hits 1, I'm pressing the close button. There you go. Close giveaway. Okay. I'm drawing a winner in 10. And it will say in chat the name of the person and their percentage chance that they won, which I find pretty cool. So don't type too fast because you'll miss who wins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Draw a winner. It's Gazek 2 with a 0.16%. Gazek, are you there? If you are, at me, Gazek. Please say you're here. Gazek. Gazek, I'm looking for their name. Gazek, are they here? Gazek. I can't see them. Gazek, are you here? Gazek 2. Are you here? It's me, Gazek's cousin. Gazek 2 is here! Hey, Gazek, welcome, buddy. You won! Congratulations. Gazek, what is your name in game? I will need you to give me this thing here. Hold on. Show profile. What is this, Gazek? What is your handle in game? And I will get this sent to you. I forgot Lamau. 1 sec. It's good. Take your time. Take your time. Gazek, you should receive it, I believe. Like, it'll be submitted today. It should arrive with you, I think, on Wednesday. Because of when they handle things? Give me just a second. Give me just a second to investigate. June 24th. Yep. June 24th is when it'll be processed. It's okay if they can't find it. It's just Gazek on PC. Gazek. Or Gaze K, I guess. Sorted. I'm going to submit this right now. Live in front of the people. I must give them my email. I'm sending in the form to let them know who won. What is my handle? NDD20. What's the IGN of the Styanax Prime Access winner? NDD20. Gaze K. What is the platform? Are you on PC, Gaze? Are you PC, PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, iOS, or Android? I'm guessing PC. I think you said PC. PC. Boop, boop. It has been submitted. You've won. Gaze, if you are in the Discord, give me a ping on the 24th? Or by the end of the 24th, just to confirm that you've received it. But you should receive it on the 24th. That's when DE will distribute the prize. But yes, thank you sincerely, everybody, for joining in. I enjoyed that. And, in the future, again, while I maybe cannot provide prizes of this caliber, it would be fun to give away. In fact, bear with me here. I'll need to probably check some FAQs just to make sure I'm adhering to the law of DE. But it'd be kind of fun to, I don't know, give away Prime sets or something. I don't know. That might not be possible, but I'll look into it. Gaze, you don't have to do anything on Discord. Just if you were on Discord, or maybe just poke your head in on my stream on Wednesday next week, just to let me know if you got it okay. That's all. You have nothing else to do. You've won. That's all that matters. This is going to be yours. Let's just take a look, shall we, Gaze? This will be yours. It'll arrive in your inbox on Wednesday. 3,990 platinum. Styanax Prime. Aphentis Prime. Athade Prime. Lanex Prime Syndana. Darius Prime Armor. Axios and Tharos Prime Decorations. An exclusive Styanax Prime Glyph. 90-day affinity and resource boosters. All for you. Congrats. Enjoy Tango Whiskey. Guys, thank you for hanging out. I've had a really good time. We will definitely try and do more stuff like this soon. The whole maxed out pack. The big boy pack. I know. Cool, huh? Anyway. Guys, thank you very much for hanging out today. I've had a good chat. Yeah, I've really enjoyed chatting about all things. Let me get back here. All things Constellations. I've really enjoyed build crafting with you all and figuring out, you know, how amazing the ultimate is on Sirius and Orion. Also, this is the last stream, and many of you won't give a shit about this, but this is the last stream from this office. This un-air-conditioned office. Next week, I'm going to be air-conditioned. I'm going to be in the brand new office. It's going to be so good. There's going to be cyberpunk playthroughs hitting the YouTube. Oh my god, it's going to be so good. Next week is going to be popping. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Sincerely, guys, thank you so much for all of the love today. Thank you for enjoying. I've had a really good time. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I'm kind of overwhelmed. I need to go and like lay down because it's so hot in here. I'm dying. I'm so dead. But yeah, next week we'll do the Railjack. How does that sound? Next Friday we'll try out the new Railjack, and maybe we can bring in some people. Rue did say they're doing some tweaks on the Reddit. Not to put Rue on the spot, but you know, DE are working on some stuff for Railjack. So who knows? Maybe when I get round to it next Friday, there'll be some stuff. So who knows? Who knows? Anyway, yeah, let's throw Rue under the bus. I'm kidding. But yeah, I love and adore you all. I agree. It is overhated. I love Railjack. I love you all. Thank you sincerely for hanging out today. Have a great weekend, whatever you get up to. Happy Father's Day to any fathers in chat for Sunday. And yeah, the weekend is here. Have a lovely weekend. Thank you for hanging out again. I'll see you this time next week for some Railjack fun. Bioshock on Tuesday, Guild Wars on Wednesday, Final Fantasy XIV on Thursday, Warframe on Friday. Very well.